Well, Clemson, South Carolina fans, I have a burning question for you on this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire, and I mean burning, with the season kicking off here in just a few days. If you are a Clemson fan out there in the upstate of South Carolina or a Gamecock fan, I really want to hear from you. I know this is not going to be the happiest of conversations, but I do have a burning question for you, Gamecock and Clemson fans listening on 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, 97.7 FM in Greenville, on the Odyssey app, the iHeartMedia app, or however you're watching the show, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. A lot of Tolos already in the conversation there. So stay with us. A very, very important question for you, South Carolina and Clemson fans. But Diesel, we start the show today leading with the biggest news of the day. Yesterday on the show, you and I talked about Hunter Renfrow being cut, right? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we did, Diesel, what did you and I both say? We said, oh, Hunter Renfrow's cut. I guess that means Adam Thielen is staying in Charlotte. However, boy, big news if you're a Carolina Panther fan today on this Wednesday. Adam Thielen homecoming, going back to Minnesota, his old team. And now you are without Hunter Renfrow and you were without Adam Thielen. Diesel, what was your instant reaction to that news today?
Thanks a lot, Carolina Panthers, for making me look real dumb, okay? I just put together a sports spin for this morning saying there's no way that the Carolina Panthers would let Bryce Young's number one most trusted wide receiver go unless it was for a major haul, and then they let him go for a 5th and a 7th round pick.
They did. It's breaking news earlier today. This morning, Adam Thielen, look, we all know this could be the final season of his career. The Carolina Panthers will receive a 2026 5th round pick, a 2027 4th rounder, while Minnesota receives a veteran receiver, a 2026 conditional 7th rounder, and a 2027 5th round pick. So this happened earlier Wednesday morning. We know Adam Thielen, 35 years old. Diesel spent the first 9 seasons of his career in Minnesota from 2014 to 2022, now going back home to Minnesota. And now the question becomes, does Carolina, do the Panthers today, re-sign Hunter Renfrow? I did not tweet this out. I wanted to save it for this very segment, Diesel, because I did get a phone call this morning regarding this conversation from a friend of mine who is very, very close to the source of this happening with Hunter Renfrow potentially going back to Carolina. And I mean, very, very close. I'm not going to give any names or, leak any information that's not out there, but I will tell you, Diesel, I know for a fact that the Carolina Panthers, as of today, have been in talks with Hunter Renfrow. So there have been conversations. I also know for a fact that there have been conversations about a pay increase from what Hunter Renfrow was going to be making before he got cut. So not like breaking any news, but I will tell you, Tolos out there, again, a source of mine, very, very close to the situation with Hunter Renfrow, informed me this morning after the Adam Thielen trade that the way it was worded to me, Diesel, is the ball is now in Hunter Renfrow's court in terms of if he wants to play football in 2025.
Well, good for you, man. The team cuts you, and then all of a sudden they need you, and you go get yours. Try to squeeze them for a couple extra dollars. You deserve it for the pain and emotional distress they put you through
that's the
over
question.
The last 24 hours.
Do you think, Diesel, like after you get cut from a team, that was the conversation I was having this morning with my source, was after you get cut, Hunter Renfrow's got other business ventures. He's okay financially, right? He's lived in Greenville here for a little while. We know him from his time in Clemson, but the guy's okay financially. I just wonder if there's any thought in his mind, Diesel, after being cut yesterday, if he's like, you know what, maybe this is my time to walk away from the game, or, hey, I'll give it another year.
I can't imagine that he went through the rigors of camp without the desire and intention to actually go play football. Like you don't go through camp just for the fun of it, right? It's hard work. It's getting hit. It's getting injured. I know he's sustained a little small injury, and that may be the reason why he got cut in the first place. But you don't go through that unless you have the hope and the desire to go out and run it back one more time. Who knows what Hunter Renfrow could be for the Carolina Panthers? We watched some of that training camp video. He was insane with his cuts. He was a really, really good player in training camp. He is very similar role-wise, size-wise, style-wise, playing style-wise as Adam Thielen. He's just a little bit younger.
Yeah.
And if you can get a year, maybe 2 out of Hunter Renfrow, keep him around, start, building up those draft picks through the trade with the Vikings. Maybe you can go back and get somebody else who is a 22-year-old version of that a year or 2 down the road.
And again, to your point, yes, you would imagine, Diesel, that you go through training camp and you go through all of that work, come back from an injury, right, with the intent that you want to play. However, does Hunter Renfrow's mind change at all after he's been cut? I think that's the question. You would imagine that he still wants to play. That's the thought that I had this morning when I received the phone call from the person that I did. I immediately said, so you think he still wants to play, right? That's the thought we all have. However, people's feelings change after you get cut. I don't know the conversations he'll have with his family in terms of what he wants to do, Diesel, but I did reach out to Hunter. I texted him. I have not heard back, obviously. It's probably a lot going on right now with him and the Carolina Panthers. But, again, source very close to the situation says that he has been contacted by the Carolina Panthers. So we'll see what happens on that. T-Swizzle says it might be time to find a new fan base. Not everybody can beat Kansas City, T-Swizzle, or Philadelphia. He says David Moore over Renfrow, make it make sense. I know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Good to see Jersey Joe, Shane, Dewey, T-Swizzle, 50 Tolos on the stream where you can watch the show, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Diesel, let's do this. We led the show with the big news. Let's transition to a question that I told you was a burning question for South Carolina fans out there today, as well as Clemson fans. I posted this question earlier today on our Facebook page at Fan Upstate. If you haven't done so, make sure you give us a like and a follow there. But Diesel, with football season just around the corner, let's look back at what could have been maybe the most back-breaking, the most gut-wrenching losses for both programs. Clemson, South Carolina. Again, Tolo's out there. If you're a Clemson or a South Carolina fan, we want to hear from you. 844-326-3663. The phone lines are open. That's also the Hub City Spartanburgers text line. Again, 844-FANFONE. Diesel, do you want to start with the Clemson Tigers, the South Carolina Gamecocks?
Man, who do we want to
Who do you want to start?
Who do we want to elicit tears and pain and bring back all these memories from first? Oh, let's start with the South Carolina Gamecocks because they won the game last year. They're feeling good about themselves, at least a little bit, in the rivalry.
Let's do it. South Carolina Gamecocks. So, Gamecock fans, we want to hear from you. 844-326-3663. We know on this Wednesday, you Tolos are getting ready for the Upset Picks Challenge. By the way, lines have been locked in. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show, less than an hour from now, Diesel.
Also, by the way, Keith and TR, you got yours in early. You got to wait until 4 o'clock. And
that's right.
And you got the line wrong. Oh. You texted in Syracuse over Tennessee plus 13.5. It's Syracuse plus 13.5 over Tennessee. So make sure that you put that plus number next to the team that's the underdog in the game. You got to get the line right or we don't count it.
Syracuse, Tennessee, interesting matchup. Again, to Diesel's point, wait till 4 o'clock. It's not open yet. So any Tolos that are about to do it, 4 o'clock, it'll be open. We'll get to that.
It's like that scene in Braveheart. Hold.
That's right. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. So I put this on the Fan Upstate Facebook page, Diesel, and I've also reached out to a few contacts of mine who cover South Carolina and have for a very long time. Which losses for the South Carolina Gamecocks? And JB's already getting the conversation going on the YouTube stream. Good job, JB. You understand the assignment. Which losses for you South Carolina fans are those ones that you still lose sleep over? The ones that you still can't quite get past? The ones that keep you up at night? Those gut-wrenching losses. Does it start not even a year ago, Diesel in Columbia, with that 2024 loss to LSU?
That's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
That's a big one. You win that game, you're probably in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
That's a brutal one. Yeah, for sure. I look at a couple other ones, Cole. I look at maybe 2014 against Missouri, where you had a 13-point fourth quarter lead at home. You lost the game, and it kind of sent the Steve Spurrier era, which had been really high, started sending that one downhill.
2014 Missouri. So that's interesting. They went 7-6 in 2014. I also will throw the Tennessee game from 2014 in there as well. I remember that one very vividly. They went on to beat Florida the very next week, beat South Alabama, lost to Clemson. It wasn't close. But they had a bad loss, Diesel, in overtime on November the 1st, 2014 to Tennessee. So to your point there about the year 2014, you did say 2014, right?
Correct.
That was a tough year. The 1-point loss to Missouri that you talked about. They lost to Kentucky, right? Then they lost to Auburn, but that Tennessee loss was backbreaking. I had a friend of mine text me that one, the Tennessee loss in 2014. I reached out to a few friends of mine who were diehard Gamecock fans. That's definitely up there, 2014. Would you say going recent again, 2024, the Shane Beamer versus Brent Bielema controversy, that one's up there? Gamecock fans, how would you rank that one just in terms of tough, gut-wrenching losses?
It's hard to put that much importance on bowl games, right? I mean,
it is.
There's nothing after that bowl game.
But the climax,
you want to win it.
Yeah,
you want to win it. It feels good if you win that game. I don't know that one really hurts. Does that, South Carolina fans, does that one stick in your craw that much?
It's a good question. I just think the way they ended the season beating Clemson, right? Missed the playoff. I don't know if it hurts tremendously, Diesel, but I think it does hurt a little bit. What else do you have on yours?
I look at maybe 2023 South Carolina against Florida at home. You were up 10 with 5 minutes to play at home. South Carolina collapsed. The season kind of spiraled at that point. You finished 5-7. A big missed opportunity, could have been a bowl game opportunity. Still relatively early in Shane Beamer's tenure.
And what year was that?
That was in 2023.
Okay. I like that one. I had this one sent in to me from John Whittle of the Big Spur, who we've had on the show, good friend of the show. John Whittle says Florida, 2018 and 2019. So I definitely think the Florida loss in 2019 is up there. Maybe even so a little more than the 2018 game against Florida. That kind of sent them on a downhill spiral in 2019, Diesel. You remember that same year, they lost to Florida, a tough loss, really close game. Then they lost to Tennessee. They beat Vandy, but then they lost to App State, A&M, and Clemson. Back to back. So that Florida loss in 2019, man, in Columbia at Williams-Brice, that one was tough. They didn't have a good year that year, 4-8. And again, that Will Muschamp era, that had a lot to do with how that ended, right?
Hey, one of those games worked out pretty good for me.
I was going to say,
I love that 2019 App State game. That was fun. I was at that game. I was covering that game.
And that was in Columbia, or
that was in Columbia. Had a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun at that one.
JB on the YouTube stream, let's go scroll back up here. He says most gut-wrenching Clemson loss has to be 1988 Florida State, the fumble Ruski. That's a good one. We'll get to Clemson in a second. JB, I knew this was going to be raw. It's on my list too. JB and T-Swizzle Diesel both brought this up for South Carolina. Gamecocks has to be the 2015 loss to the Citadel.
Oh,
the Citadel. I mean, I remember that one like it was yesterday. I mean, I remember Gamecock fans.
That was embarrassing.
Embarrassing. 2015 loss to the Citadel. That one might be up there. You started the season in 2015 Diesel with a win against North Carolina and Charlotte, right? Then you just went on this god-awful losing streak where you lost to A&M, Tennessee, Florida. 2 weeks later, you lost to Clemson. But the one game everybody knew they were going to win was the Citadel. However, 23-22 final score, Citadel in 2015, that's got to be – I mean, how is that not at the very top,
I mean,
right?
That one, the App State loss, those just kind of
Yeah.
signify the Will Muschamp era and his lack of ability to have any kind of consistency and win the gimmies. I mean, Citadel's a gimme game.
Gimme.
App State should have been a gimme game. I mean, that was a really good team that year for App State, but that should have been a gimme game. You're an SEC program, by God. You should be beating even the good G5 teams by 24 points.
Which one of those is worse, the App State loss or the Citadel? I say the Citadel.
Oh, the Citadel loss. The Citadel loss. Like I said, App State was really good that year. And that, as a matter of fact, I only remember that year specifically because that's the year Georgia Southern ripped our hearts out. We finished 13-1 that season. The only loss was to Georgia Southern. Don't lose that game. App State probably goes on and plays in a New Year's Six game. Instead, Memphis got the New Year's Six bid. They were a one-loss team as well.
I remember that.
That was the year App State beat North Carolina and South Carolina in the same season, but lost to Georgia Southern at home on Halloween.
Man, that's tough. JB says 2013 loss to the Tennessee Volunteers. Carolina was leading 21-20, was less than a minute. Tennessee throws a bomb down the field, kicks a field goal, lost 23-21. That loss kept Carolina out of the SEC championship game. I remember that very vividly. He said Carolina wins that 2013 game against Tennessee, and they finished 11-1, 7-1, playing in the SEC championship with a chance to go play for the national title. That's a really good one, JB. That is a really, really good one. I like that a lot. So those are a few on the Gamecock side of things.
Dan B throws, we have the piece of audio for this, Cole, if you want to tab over a page or two on the button bar there. He says, Georgia Southern beating Nebraska a few years ago because Tony Kornheiser came on TV the next week and said these words.
I can't find it right now. There's like 3 different pages. Sorry, I'll pull it during the break. But that's an interesting one. Georgia Southern beating Nebraska. What year was that?
A few years ago? That would have been 22, maybe?
How about that?
2022, 2023, something like that.
Now on the Clemson side of things, Diesel. The Clemson side of things, Clemson fans out there, T-Swizzle want to hear from you as well. 844-326-3663. The most gut-wrenching losses for the Clemson Tigers. I throw the Duke loss 2 years ago, Diesel, on Labor Day, the night. I mean, that's got to be up there to the top, right?
I mean, that's when the Clemsoning conversation came back in a big, big way. I mean, think back to the Tommy Bowden era. They had a tendency to play way down to bad teams, to lose games that they shouldn't lose when you got more talent than your opponent does. That was what Clemsoning was. And by God, Clemsoned against Duke.
That was a bad one. I mean, like really, really bad. 2023, again, it's Labor Day night. And Diesel, not only the fact that Clemson lost to Duke, the fact that it wasn't close. Cade Klubnik was horrible. You fumble at the 1 yard line, 28-7. I remember that game watching that night thinking, there's just no way. There's no way Duke's going to beat Clemson. They did. But Clemson went on the next week, to beat Charleston, Southern, and Florida Atlantic by 1 million. But that's got to be up there. Which ones do you throw up there for the Tigers?
T-Swizzle brings this one up. He goes, the West Virginia one was pretty bad. You're talking about the 70-33 game.
2012.
When Clemson was the number 15 team in the country, a 10-win team, by the way.
Yeah.
Got absolutely roasted, put on a spit and roasted over a fire by the number 23 West Virginia Mountaineers, 70-33. They scored more points in the second quarter than Clemson scored in the whole game.
I had that one on my list, and I remember that one like it was yesterday. That was the 2011 season, but the year of 2012. And Diesel, like I said, that one's up there. I mean, somebody who grew up a Clemson fan, that one stung for a long time. You mentioned 70-33. It was the Orange Bowl. Clemson had just beat Virginia Tech in the ACC championship, right? And for them to come and have that performance, it was god-awful. God-awful.
Yeah. I think of 2019, the national championship game against LSU. That ended Clemson's 29-game win streak. It was obviously Joe Burrow and LSU, one of the best football teams ever. I mean, that was the beginning of the end of the elite title run seasons for Clemson.
Yeah, it definitely turned a chapter, right?
Sure.
Christopher on Twitter says, at the Cole Bryson, the most embarrassing and the most demoralizing loss of all time was the Orange Bowl, West Virginia. So he brings that one up as well. 2012. I think for Clemson fans, that one's up there. The Duke loss was bad. don't get me wrong, 21-point loss to Duke on Labor Day night. I have last year's loss to Georgia somewhat up there, not near the top of the list, but that was a bad loss. Not a bad loss, like in terms of you shouldn't lose the game, but just the way you competed in the second half last year was embarrassing. I had 2015 against Alabama, Diesel, on my list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have that one on yours or not, but you mentioned 2019 Clemson LSU. Is that right?
Yeah, I did.
That was a tough loss. But to your point, that was a really good LSU football team, right?
Yeah, it was.
So I don't have that one as up there. 2015 Bama, God, what a game that one was. I mean, I can still remember almost every single play of that football game, and what a good game it was. So those are mine. I'd say the Duke loss and the 2012 loss in the Orange Bowl to West Virginia are probably up there. JB says all the games Tommy Bowden was there were gut-wrenching. Good point.
There you go.
That's a really good point,
I like
JB.
it, JB. When we come back, Cole, let's take a look at some of our upset picks, early leans. I've got a few that I really, really looked at, ultimately didn't choose, or did I? Am I pre-revealing my upset pick? And Cole, when we come back, two coaches that I think need their week one victory more than just about anybody else here in the Southeast. Some teams that I think have to win in opening week to maybe save their coaches' jobs. That's next. Have you ever watched video of a dam bursting open, Cole? You see it like in slow motion, the cracks start happening, the split, and then whoosh, all the water comes out?
Yeah, I have.
Well, that's what's going to happen here in just about 33 minutes on our text line, 844-326-3663. As week one of the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles gets going in earnest. Last week, we only had 5 games to choose from. It was fairly easy, and it's a great way to kind of slowly get people acclimated to what's going on. It's like dipping a toe in the swimming pool to see if it's warm or if it's cold. Well, this week, we're just cannonballing in. We got so many games for you Tolos to pick from. Go to ESPN.com, find a game where you think the betting underdog will win the game outright. You're not playing against the spread. You're playing for the outright win. If you correctly call it, then you get the points that team was an underdog by added to a rolling season-long tally. It's going here in just about 32 minutes, Cole. But if you started looking up and down the list of games and having some thoughts in the back of your head, I kind of like this one. That one's a little scary.
Yeah, I'm getting about 19.
Oh, okay.
Is that great? Is that
how
good?
much time do we have?
Is that acceptable? No, can I choose on 19? I mean, I want to go ahead and put my. If I choose 19, maybe I can get one right.
Hopefully.
Maybe not.
Hopefully.
With
Not
me,
the way you play
know.
this challenge.
I've looked at a lot. I'll be honest with you. Diesel, there's so many more options, right? Obviously, than there was last weekend. Boy, you get this weekend, you get some close spreads. But what's interesting about opening weekend with a lot of these teams playing, let's call it cupcakes, you also have some monstrous spreads. And I mean,
we do.
Some of spreads, Diesel, that just eliminate the conversation altogether. What I mean is you're not going to have a conversation about Duke Elon, right? Like when you're going through these games and you're trying to figure out which one you want to take, you see these spreads, what for you, it might be 15 plus. For me, it's 15, 20 plus, and you don't even really look at the game. You don't really consider them like Houston and Stephen F. Austin. I will tell you, though, I don't know if I'm going to pick it or not, but you and I discussed a game yesterday. I don't know if you remember discussing this game or not, but Old Dominion last year gave South Carolina some trouble in that first week.
They did.
This is ballsy. This is stupid. This is dangerous. This is irresponsible. But I will tell you, I did look at Indiana.
Oh, God.
Minus 23.5 over Old Dominion. I did look at possibly swinging for the fences in week one of college football and taking Old Dominion to win the game outright is a 23.5 point dog. I'm not going to pick it, but I will tell you I considered it.
Here's the fun thing. While at James Madison, Curt Cignetti was 3-1 against Old Dominion. So in theory, you got a 25% chance of hitting that one. And that one is worth how many points?
It's worth right now, I don't know, about 30 minutes ago, right now it's at 23.5 points.
Okay. So, I mean, you're looking at roughly 8 points worth of value if you think you could get that one based on Curt Cignetti. Now, obviously, he's got better athletes. Well, I take that back. He doesn't really necessarily have a lot better athletes. He brought a lot of his athletes with him from James Madison over to Indiana. They had a good season last year.
Have you noticed, Diesel, how many games don't have a spread this weekend?
It's all the FCS games.
According to Troy, Nichols.
That's an FCS game.
There's a lot.
That was weird last week. That maybe it was because it was only 5 games, and they said, you know what? Okay, fine. We'll put a line on this Idaho State game, even though it was massive, right? 26.5. There's a lot of people out there who made some money on Idaho State covering that spread. Obviously, they didn't win the game outright. Didn't help. Any of you Tolos, and Dewey's been bitching about trying to get a couple of points for the last week.
Dewey.
Sorry, man. It's not going to happen, but I take it they're not going to mess with any of the FCS games.
I mean, there are a million without a spread.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's also this time of year, everybody's got to get all their FCS games out of their system. Half of the college football is playing sacrificial lambs. The other half starting with somebody decent, and then they'll play their sacrificial lambs later on down the road.
Let me ask you this real quick. In week one, when you're going through this, I'm not asking you to reveal any secrets, but when you start looking at these games, and I want to hear from the Tolos as well on this, in week one, what's your comfort in terms of what you're going to bet, in terms of maybe it's 6 to 10? Is it 5 to 11? What's your sweet spot for what spread you're looking at?
Well, I think this week you can let that spread, whatever it may be in the back of your mind, you can let it creep a little bit out there because it's still week 1 of the season. This is the first game for a lot of these teams.
But
and
you don't want to lose. I hate
you don't want to lose. But
I hate losing.
That's true. I mean, normally I try to stay away from anything that's more than 14.5 points.
Wow.
2 touchdown games, you can kind of think, all right, even good G5 teams or good FCS teams, I know they don't put lines on them, but even good FCS teams that are 2 touchdown dogs can perform well against power opponents and somebody that's better than them. When you get up into the 21, 28, 30 plus point spreads, that's when, Vegas is saying, all right, the little guy has no chance whatsoever. I looked at 5 games, Cole.
Oh, wow.
4 out of my 5, I have the home game, the home team as the dog.
Wow.
Winning the game.
Okay.
I looked at Boise State at South Florida, 5.5 point dogs in that one. Maybe, they get a little jet lagged flying across the country and need some time to figure out a run game without Ashton Genty. That's an option. It's a good one. I think a lot of people are probably going to take that one. I looked at Georgia Tech, Colorado, 4.5 point dogs in that game. I looked at Nebraska, Cincinnati. That's a neutral site game being played in Kansas City, even though Cincinnati is technically the home team in that game. They're 6.5 point dogs. I just don't know. About a Nebraska team under Matt Rule, right? I mean, he sucked in Carolina. He was great at Baylor, sucked at Carolina. I don't know if he's going to have this team up. Josh Pate's already looking at him as a playoff contender. For God's sakes, maybe they buy into that hype a little bit.
By the way, Tolos, again, as we said a minute ago, it's not open yet. We're looking at early leans. So
Correct.
For those who have just sent one in, puppy, monkey, baby, your pick's invalid. It doesn't open until 4 o'clock.
That's right.
Here's one I've looked at, and I'm seriously considering.
Also, puppy, monkey, baby, make sure you send the spread in correctly. You sent FSU over Alabama plus 13.5. Alabama are the favorites in this game. They don't get a plus symbol next to their name.
I think
that
a lot of
Tolos, Florida State.
I think a lot of Tolos are sending the game and then the spread instead of putting the spread within. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
I've noticed that a lot. I think they're putting the game and then the spread, then their name.
But we have had, especially last week, we had some people misunderstand how spreads work.
Yeah.
Especially with the Stanford-Hawaii game.
Yeah. So, again, what Diesel's saying, Tolos, if you can put that number beside the team, so like Florida State would be plus 13 over Bama. Again, we'll still count it, but try your best to do that. Diesel, I did seriously consider. I've got it narrowed down to 2, by the way.
Okay.
Florida Atlantic at Maryland.
Interesting.
So here's why. Florida Atlantic could be a fun team to watch.
It's a battle of 2 different kind of crabs.
Yeah. They went 3-9 in 2024. So you're saying, Cole, why do you have any faith in them? Well, you have a new head coach in Zach Kitley, right? He had really high-powered offenses at Texas Tech, Western Kentucky in 2021. We all remember the name Bailey Zappi, right, who played for the New England Patriots. He helped Bailey Zappi to a record-setting campaign for the Hilltoppers. He takes over FAU. Again, long shot, only 3-9 a season to go, but FAU did add during the offseason Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year, Caton Veldkamp, 32 total touchdowns at Western Kentucky last year. The Owls have been able to put up points. They've just struggled defensively. So this is what I'm looking at. It's Florida Atlantic at Maryland. The point spread is 14.5 points. So it'd be Florida Atlantic plus 14.5. I've got it narrowed down. I'll give you my official pick at 4 when it opens. I've got it narrowed down to that and Syracuse, Tennessee.
Interesting.
Syracuse, Tennessee. Tennessee's a 14-point favorite over Syracuse. But there's just this mystique out there, Diesel, with Fran Brown that I've kind of like started to believe in a little bit. So those are my 2. That's where I am. I'm going to pick one of those 2 at 4 o'clock. I just don't know which one. As John Dog would tell you, don't pick the ones I pick because I'm always going to get them wrong. But those are my 2. Could Diesel, think about this for a second. We've talked about all these other games this weekend. How big, and I mean big, would that be of a win for Syracuse to upset Josh Heupel in
That'd be
week 1?
Massive.
Huge.
That'd be massive. I know we've had a lot of people texting in yesterday interested in taking this East Carolina plus 13.5 game. They're playing at NC State. Here's the problem, though. They just played each other in a bowl game, and yes, East Carolina won that game. But do you really think Dave Dorn is going to let East Carolina beat him twice? Do you really think he's going to let them come into their house? What is it, Dowdy Ficklin Stadium? Is that right? No, that's East Carolina. I'm forgetting the name of the stadium there at NC State. Do you really think he's going to let him come into their house and win that game? He's 10-1 overall in season openers, and he's 8-0 when opening at home at NC State. Dave Dorn doesn't lose home openers at NC State. He's not losing to NC State to East Carolina in week 1.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but then again, like I'm going to throw this wrench back at you. It's Dave Dorn. You know, like well, I mean,
I know he's not a likable guy, but
I'm not saying anything about a likable guy. I'm just saying he's not the best head football coach. He hasn't been fantastic.
He's adequate. He's adequate. That's why they've never fired him. He's adequate,
and probably won't fire him as long as he's. I mean, he's probably got that job for as long as he wants it.
I just, man, I wish NC State would get better. I do. I don't have any love for NC State, even though I'm from North Carolina. I don't have any love for him. I just the ACC needs more than one foil. They need for Clemson. They need more than just Louisville to step up and be okay. They need Louisville, Florida State, NC State, and Syracuse or Virginia Tech to all kind of step up. Thank you, Carter Finley Stadium. I had the sort of the cadence right. Thank you, RJ. So it's going to be fun to watch that one. I'm not picking any of those, though. I'm not picking any of those. I'm going to reveal my pick coming up in the 4:00 segment, Cole. But who's a couple of coaches around college football who really need their week 1 win here to kick off the season? Coaches who, if they lose this game, they're in a massive uphill battle going into the season, whether it's for their employment, for its momentum of the program, whatever it may be. Who is a coach that really needs a week 1 win, Cole? I'm looking at a guy that spent a lot of time right here in the upstate of South Carolina, and I think it's Tony Elliott and Virginia. They play Coastal Carolina. They're hosts to Coastal Carolina, 6:00 Saturday. This is an absolute must win for Tony Elliott. He cannot afford to lose this game.
What's the spread on it?
Spread on that game.
I just figured you were looking at it.
Is Coastal.
It's okay. You don't have.
That one is Virginia favored by 12.5.
12.5.
12.5.
12.5. It might not be a terrible one for the upset picks.
No,
might not be terrible.
Coastal lost a lot too this offseason.
How about that?
He's got to take a step up. Tony Elliott's he's gone 5-7, 3-9, and 3-7 his last 3 seasons at Virginia. He's got a junior and senior laden team this year with a lot of transfers. You know, I was looking at their 2 deep earlier. They got guys from TCU, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Michigan State, Syracuse, Alabama, Ohio State, and a bunch of dudes that transferred up from lower tier programs. This might be the best team he's going to have at Virginia. And if he loses in week 1, hosting Coastal Carolina, it's over.
I just don't know what his expectations are, man. Like, I agree with you that would be a bad loss to Coastal Carolina. But then again, in the same breath, what are Tony Elliott's expectations at Virginia?
But shouldn't he want to up his expectations? 5-7 is not good enough.
He should have wanted to. And again, they've been – it's Virginia. You know, I will say, to be fair, he's gone through a lot, too, as a head coach in terms of what he's had to deal with on and off the field. I just don't know that ends well, regardless of if they beat Coastal Carolina. I think that might be short-lived in the next few years, Diesel. Should be interesting to see.
I think if they lose this game, they're maybe a 4-win team this year.
Yeah, that could be.
Can't regress.
Could be. A lot happening in the sports world. Our Daily Wire's next. What's happening in the sports world? A lot to get to in today's show, and a big show coming your way, Tolos. But this is our Daily Wires. It's the buzz. What's happening? We've got the Upset Picks Challenge opening in 13 minutes from now. We'll be joined by Gordy Rush, sideline reporter for LSU. He'll be on the field in Death Valley on Saturday night. He'll join the show at 4:22. He's also the VP at 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. Williams-Brice Stadium officially approved for the redesign. We're going to do a fun game at 5 o'clock where I'll need the help of the Tolos. Bill Bender, 5:22 on the show today. And then High School Coaches Spotlight, 6 p.m., a loaded show. But Diesel, just breaking news, Chiefs. Rice, it is Rashee Rice. The Kansas City Chiefs is suspended without pay for 6 games of the 2025 regular season for violations of the NFL's personal conduct policy, the NFL announced today.
That news was everywhere this morning.
Yeah. Atlanta. How about this? The Bravos are smashing right now at the plate. Last night, a big night, 9 runs in the 9th inning, and the Braves win big over the Marlins today. Diesel, they're continuing that. How about right now, the Atlanta Braves? Where's this been? They are currently up 12-1. Is that a typo? Did you put that in there wrong? That's a typo, right?
No, I hit the correct number of buttons.
It's supposed to be 1-1. They're not winning. They're not winning 12-1. Are you kidding me?
12.
12-1. Where's this Braves team been all year long? How about it? Matt Olson, Ozzie Albies, Michael Harris, all smashing at the plate home runs. Jurickson Profar has 2 so far. The Jacksonville Jaguars finally have found the big wide receiver they're searching for, acquiring the Detroit Lions' Tim Patrick for a 2026 6th-round pick. A league source told ESPN. Patrick, 6'5", 210, tallest and heaviest wide receiver on the roster. Also at 31 years old, he's the oldest. Ooh, how about that? In Frisco, Dallas Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer on Tuesday would not get into the specifics of his meeting that he had with Micah Parsons after the Pro Bowl edge rusher did not wear his jersey in Friday's preseason game. He was also laying down on the bench. But for the first time, Schottenheimer admitted Parsons could be limited in his work leading into the game against Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles 1 week from tomorrow.
That's called sending a message.
Yeah.
You can come back. We're still not going to play you much.
Yeah, it's a bleep show right now in the Big D. In New York, the Mets fell behind against the Phillies on Tuesday, watched their recently acquired setup man blow another lead, and were tasked with solving one of baseball's best closers. But in the end, they overcame each hurdle and continued their prolonged dominance over the National League East foes at Citi Field, beating the Phillies 6-5 on a Brandon Nimmo walk-off single off Jordan Duran. How about that? So big win there for the Mets. Colorado coach Deion Sanders named Kadeon Salter the Buffalo starting quarterback on Tuesday ahead of the team's opener Friday night. Diesel, 2 days away against Georgia Tech. Deion said the kid has a ton of experience, dual threat, can throw the heck out of the ball as well. Sanders said he's the guy. He's the guy at this point. Can Salter replicate what Shedeur Sanders did? Maybe, maybe not. Any faith in the new QB1 in Colorado?
Well, I mean, Kaden Salter, he's looked good in the past. Where was he last year? He was at Liberty. He's actually spent 4 years at Liberty. I assume he was limited in some appearances last year, but he had 2,800 yards at Liberty in 2023 through the air, threw 32 touchdowns to 6 interceptions in 2023. Those numbers he did not repeat last year.
The Pac-12 has extended its media rights partnership with the CW network through the 2030-2031 season. The conference announced on Wednesday the agreement gives the new-look Pac-12 a consistent presence on the CW with 13 regular season football games, 35 men's basketball games, 15 women's games, and totaling 66 events annually on the network.
What's the last TV show that you watched that aired on the CW?
Oh boy!
Have you ever watched a CW show?
A
lot of young adult content over there.
Oh man, that's a good question.
I used to watch the heck out of The Flash. I thought the CW Flash TV show was really good.
I never watched that. Oh boy, that's tough. Not many.
No,
maybe to answer the question.
Okay. I mean, it is cheesy. It's cheesy content.
How about that?
Shane Barrett says Seventh Heaven. Oh, God.
Oklahoma State plans to redshirt freshman Hoss Hidgeny at quarterback Thursday in the season opener at home against UT Martin. Sources told ESPN on Thursday. He and Zane Flores have been battling for the job this preseason. Flores could also play in the game, but Hidgeny played in 4 games last season at TCU before transferring and preserved his redshirt season over to Oklahoma State. Panthers and Vikings, in case you missed it this morning, are finalizing a trade for wide receiver Adam Thielen to return to Minnesota.
That hurts.
It hurts, Diesel. There's no doubt. Down 1 to start the inning, the Hub City Spartanburgers launched a 6-run barrage in the 8th to secure a 10-4 victory over Asheville. Hub City has a 2-game lead over Greenville for the second half of the South Atlantic League title. Speaking of Greenville, they lost game 1 in the home series against Bowling Green 5-2 last night. And lastly, happy 106th birthday to Sister Jean, the unofficial mascot of Loyola Chicago. I mean, 106. Are you kidding me?
Go.
I wish I could live. Actually, I don't know if I want to live that long. That's a long time, right?
I mean, she's a great lady. She's done a lot for a lot of people, but she looks terrible. Not gonna lie.
What do you think Dolly Parton will look like at 106?
She'll look brand new because she will have had 20 more plastic surgeries by then.
They still look good. Dolly she still got it.
What do you mean they? What do you mean they?
Plural, not singular.
You mean they. Dolly and Sister Jean, right?
Yeah.
That's what you mean by they.
I don't mean anything on Dolly's body that's plastic, but for sure.
When we come back, Cole, let's get into it. Our Upset Picks Challenge at 4:00 will begin. As soon as you feel that little bump on your watch hit 4:00, go ahead and send them in. 844-FAN-PHONE. We'll get to it next. And off we go. 844 fan phone 844-326-3663. The Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles. Last week we only had 5 for you to choose from. Now there are dozens of games. You got to sift through. You got to weigh. Do I go big? Do I play conservative? How do I get it done here in week 1? And how do I start stacking points to put myself in a good position by the end of the season? Here we go, Cole, trying to reach. I would love to see 150, but I think we could do better than 150. Whoa. We hit 120 last week, and that was week 0. I think we can hit 150 easy. I think we blow past 150, maybe even hit 175 by the time the show ends on Friday. What do you think?
That's a lot. Is it
possible?
I think it's possible. Like, there's a lot of Tolos out there that love the Upset Picks Challenge, and I mean, we did really good last week. We did really, really good. I didn't think there was any way we'd get 100. I mean, we're all beating our chests like Matthew McConaughey and Wolf of Wall Street, ready to go, bragging. It's the best time on Wednesday because everybody's picks right. Everybody's undefeated right now. I mean, yeah, there's no losers right now. That's why Wednesday, Thursday, it's the best day. But until you start losing, obviously, then we start upsetting some feelings a little bit. Let's see. Kevin asked on Facebook, does the favorite have to hit the over-under? No, nothing to do with the over-under. Just the spread of the underdog, whoever is the underdog has to win the game outright. Plain and simple. Nothing to do with the over-under.
I thought I was going to have to throw a flag on Tolo J. Butane already, but it turns out there is a line on the Stony Brook at San Diego State game.
Yeah.
So you got one over on me, J. Butane. I didn't think that there would be a line on that game.
He doubted you.
How about that?
He doubted you. I love it. Diesel J. Butane knows it all. We have them. They're piling in. Screw it. Let's get to 500, right? Let's just go ahead and get 500 picks in this first week. I mean, come on. We can do it. Look, we've got Delvin on the phone lines. We've got Leprechaun of Lyman. You asked about him yesterday where he was. He's shown. Kevin also asked a good question about a leaderboard. The leaderboard, Diesel, DB Senate. And correct me if I'm wrong, here's on the Fan Upstate Twitter. Is that right?
I didn't post it. That's the problem. He did send it. I didn't post it.
Next week.
We'll do it next week. Okay. And the reason, number one, is because our Muckety Mucks have seen fit to make it really hard to log into our social media accounts. So I didn't have the login at that time that I needed to post it. Second reason is if you picked the one game last week that actually hit, Iowa State over Kansas State, you have 3 points, and anybody that has points has 3 points. There was no other game that hit. So if you took Iowa State to upset Kansas State, you got 3 points. And there's like 11 people who took that game, and they're the only ones with points.
We'll post it on Twitter, and if I remember, I'll try to post it on our Facebook page as well at the Fan Upstate. But I mean, my God, if we're gonna do something, let's do it big. I mean, Delvin's ready to give his Leprechaun alignment. I bet we can get 300 this week. I mean, let's just roll them in. Get your neighbors, your wives, your dogs, your cats. I mean, it doesn't matter if little Johnny at 9 years old doesn't know a lick about football. Little Johnny can
get
be
him
a part.
There. This is like gambling light because you can't lose anything.
Chow wants to play. Put your dog in, right? If Chow wants to pick a game, it's okay. You want to go to the phone lines, Diesel?
Let's
hear from Delvin. Delvin, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
What's up,
We're
Delvin?
Fired up.
Give me Southern Miss plus 13.5 over Mississippi State.
Ooh, what makes you like that one?
Because half of Marshall is down at Southern Miss, and they had a great year last year.
It's true, they did. Took the coach, took the entire roster with him. He says, I brought my luggage. It's Samsonite.
Delvin's confident too, man. You're confident with that pick.
Yeah, and they're going to Hattiesburg. They ain't playing at Mississippi State. They're playing at Hattiesburg, too.
That's a big deal for Mississippi, for Southern Miss to get them down there.
Yeah.
All
Thanks,
right.
Delvin.
Thanks, Delvin.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Appreciate you,
man.
Delvin.
How about that?
It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. The Upset Picks Challenge for week number 1 is open, and by God, I'm going to get some carpal tunnel here. Just copying and pasting, copy and paste.
You need to hire Chat GPT as your assistant to do that for you, right?
If I copied all of them and just said, hey, take all these, give me the names and the spreads. Names, games, and spreads.
If it could do it. I bet it could.
I bet it would. Puppy Monkey Baby gets back in with Florida State plus 13.5 over Alabama. There you go. You learn. You don't send your pick in until 4 o'clock on Wednesdays.
There you go.
And then Wednesday throughout the show, Thursday throughout the show, Friday throughout the show, get your picks to us.
Leprechaun of Lyman has graced us with his presence. The first visit from the Leprechaun in 2025 during football season. Leprechaun of Lyman, you are on the air.
That poet laureate in green and gold, that rhyming rhythmic man. Who's that on the phone? You already know. It's the Leprechaun of Lyman. Woo-hoo! Hoo, say it, boys. College football is back, baby. I've got an upset pick. First, before I give you what you all have been waiting for. All right. Give me the Notre Dame quarterback transfer and his new team. Syracuse over Tennessee plus 13.5. And now to business. You were asking yesterday, what would have to happen for you to hit the panic button on your team's season? Well, you heard it from me first. Notre Dame exists this season! You all better panic! I have some mighty high expectations for me fighting Irish this year, as I should. A Heisman candidate at running back, a world-class defense, an offensive line larger than life, and a coach with a fire like none other. But be the big test this week. 2 blue bloods in the realm of football meet in Hard Rock this week. A test of will and might takes place, and we'll find out who's weak. I can tell you this, it won't be the Irish. I swear it on the Grotto's flame. Their fighting hearts and these strong men will put Miami to shame. That stupid duck better run for the lake, because the cue's on the way, being served up by Steph Freeman and the boys at Notre Dame. Woo-hoo!
Thank you, Leprechaun of Lyman. It's been too long.
Can we get a clap for that? I mean, that was pretty good. That was pretty good, Diesel. I'll tell you what, man, I don't know Leprechaun if he just, he's so talented. He might not have to put a lot of time and effort into these calls, but boy, the effort is unmatched. I mean, we have a lot of good calls from Tolos, but I don't know, man. The effort into that one, the preparation.
They just keep getting better and better season after season. Congratulations to him. We have some celebrity guest picks to get to. Cole Grayson Mann sent his in. He's taking TCU versus North Carolina plus 2.5. We've got MTC Federal Justin. He's the branch manager at the location just down the road that we were at a couple of weeks ago down on Woodruff Road. He's taking Coastal Carolina plus 12.5 against Virginia. So many of these to get to. It'd be terrible radio to try to read them all. Yeah. But we got you, Keith and TR, Puppy Monkey Baby, Shane and Sugar Tit, Spartanburg J, Shane Barrett, Maize and Brew. He's taking Coastal. Wow, that was loud. JT and Greer's taking Coastal Carolina plus 12.5 against Virginia. Let's see. WVU fan 214 taking Southern Miss plus 13.5 against Mississippi State. JD's taking Toledo plus 9.5 over Kentucky. That's a game being played at Kentucky to start the season. Minor 49er is taking Florida Atlantic plus 14.5 over the Twerps of Maryland. Jay Butane taking Stony Brook plus 18.5 against San Diego State. Remember when they were like that close to being Pac-12 bound a while back, and then they thought it's not going to happen for us, and then it happened for them. Wild couple of months and year and a half for our friends out at San Diego State. Let's see. Spartanburg Jays taking Miami plus 2.5 against Notre Dame. Palmetto Buckeyes is taking Kansas over Missouri plus 6.5. Tiger Pal Rachel going with Syracuse to upset Tennessee. Delvin taking Southern Miss. We got picks from T Swizzle, from Leprechaun of Lyman, from Tolo Steve, from Boomer Bill. How about that? He's taking Coastal Carolina over Virginia as well.
You cracked me up. You said to be terrible radio to read all these off and then proceed to read them all off. Well, terrible radio to read them, but I'm going to read them.
People get twitchy and upset when they don't hear their name over the air.
That's a lot. But guess what? We can do so much better. We've got to get to ours Tolos, continue to bring yours in, 844-326-3663. Again, 844-FANFONE. If you haven't participated, make this the first time you have done so. We want to hear your upset pick. Also, phone lines are open if you need to call yours in as well. Diesel, it's time to get to yours and mine. 20, 30 minutes ago, we gave early leans in terms of what we were looking at with this week's Upset Picks Challenge. I'll give you mine, but you have the floor. Who are you taking this week?
I told you that my limit is usually around 14.5 points. Anything more than that, I just don't think there's a strong chance of an upset. But in week 1, I will make an exception for that. I'm going to push that this week, Cole, to 17.5 points and take the Buffalo
Bulls
to upset the Minnesota
Vikings.
No, Golden Gophers. Close. Buffalo coming off a 9-4 season, Cole. They've got a senior quarterback, a transfer named Taquan Roberson. He started 10 games at UConn in 2023. He played in 6 games at Kansas State last year. They are a senior-heavy offensive line, a junior and senior-heavy defensive line. 9-3 against the spread against Big Ten teams over the last 23 seasons. And they got a guy that South Carolina fans know, Pete Lembo. He is the head football coach there for the Buffalo Bulls. He has a plus 500 record everywhere he's been. So he's a quality head coach, not an elite head coach, but a quality head coach. On the other hand, Minnesota is starting a redshirt freshman quarterback, and they have gone under the point total the last 3 seasons. So Minnesota does not get off to hot starts under PJ Fleck, and I think this Buffalo Bulls team could hit them for 17.5 points.
You know what? That is a lot of points. That is a very, very ballsy pick there, Diesel, to open not to open the Upset Picks Challenge. We had it, last week. There were only 5 games to choose from, but boy, I hear you. That's just a lot of points. I mean, that is 17.5. You'd be sitting real pretty.
I'd be at 20.5, and I would assure myself to at least have points by the end of this challenge.
Unfortunately, 17.5 is a lot. I'm going to go with a lot as well, just not quite as many. Boy, I told you I've got it narrowed down to Tennessee, Syracuse, and I've also got it narrowed down to Florida, Atlantic, Maryland. Diesel, here I am. Give me Florida Atlantic over Maryland this weekend. Florida Atlantic is a 14.5 point underdog. Give me the who?
Florida Atlantic Owls.
Who?
Yeah.
Who? The Owls. The Owls will knock off Maryland as 14.5 point underdogs. That's my upset pick. I'm confident in it. I'm really confident. Bailey Zappi, again, was really good under Zach Kittley. Zach Kittley now's at FAU. He has always had good offenses. Maryland, we'll see. We'll see what Maryland does in 2025. But I'm going to take the Owls of Florida Atlantic to defeat Maryland as a 14.5 point dog. So I'm with you going, a lot of points, just not quite 17.5, but not only 3 point difference there.
There it is, Cole. Our first pick of LSU over Clemson for 3.5.
That's the first one?
It is the first one.
Wow.
Kevin Tessier taking LSU over Clemson for 3.5 points. How about that?
I saw Kevin a couple of days ago and he was in that Michigan shirt, that Michigan polo. I thought he might be going with a little Texas over Ohio State, being a Michigan guy, but he's going to go with Clemson. I am shocked. And I mean, Diesel, utterly shocked. That's the first Clemson LSU pick we've had today. I mean, we're already in the 20s, 30s. That's impressive. I thought the Clemson LSU game would be a lot more popular. And here's another one for you. I see James picking Virginia Tech over South Carolina. Make sure James should put the point spread in there. But I hadn't seen a lot. He's the first. Is he the first?
He's the first to take.
So there you go.
To take VT to upset South Carolina.
I mean, are you kidding me? I thought the two local teams, South Carolina and Clemson, would be up there. But a lot of these Tolos have evidently gone outside the box, Diesel, done their research and their homework.
Dewey says he's thinking, which might take all show, might take all week to get that.
Might take all season.
Yeah.
Dewey, he says thinking, Dewey, you don't need anything to think about. There's not much thinking. Let me tell you something, Dewey. If you don't call now, right now with your upset pick, something might happen to you. Something might happen to Diesel and I. You never know if you're going to be able to get it in or not. A hurricane hit last year, for crying out loud, and people couldn't get their upset picks in.
Yeah, Scott from Woodruff says he's taking Rice. Well, that's great, Scott, but we need your full we need the full game and the spread. Remember, send us your name, the game, and the spread at 844-326-3663. And for you Tolos, this is a reminder. If you've never played in this challenge before, you're trying to pick a game that you think the betting underdog will win outright, not against the spread. They have to win the game outright. Go to ESPN.com. That's where we get all of our spreads. We locked them in about an hour ago. So whether you pick the game today, tomorrow, or on Friday, even if the line moves a little bit, everybody who picks the same game will get the same number of points. And it's common for spreads to move a little bit over over 2 or 3 days as we get closer and closer to these games. But give us your name, the game, and the spread. You have to either call in while we're live on the air or text in at 844-FAN-PHONE.
So texter out there that did it wrong, any other Tolos, it should go like this. Very simple. At 844-326-3663, that's the phone number. It should say Cole, C-O-L-E, Florida Atlantic, plus 14.5 at Maryland. That's it. That's all you need. You've got the name, the game, and the spread. Again, Florida Atlantic is the underdog, so that would be Florida Atlantic plus 14.5 at Maryland. It's real simple. Do it once. That way, in your text, you can go back and see how it's done the next week.
And Scott, make sure you put your name, your game, and the spread all in the same text. He texted us once and said, "I'm Scott from Woodruff. I'll take Rice." And then he just texted us Rice plus 11.5 over Louisiana. Make sure you put your name, your game, and the spread all in the same text.
JD on the YouTube stream says, I'm actually really shocked that more folks aren't choosing VT over South Carolina. I thought it'd be popular. JD, I'm with you there. I thought the South Carolina-Virginia Tech game would be ultra popular. And so far, it looks like one Tolo out there has taken that game. So I'm with you, JD. Ooh. I really expected, especially our Clemson fans, to take Virginia Tech.
Are South Carolina fans willing to maybe give a nod to Virginia Tech in this game? Like, I know that you've been studying Virginia Tech and South Carolina closely. Are you willing to maybe take a flyer that Virginia Tech could get you? Look, it doesn't make you a bad fan to pick against your team. You're not putting any money on the line with this thing.
No money. Not in this league, at least, right? Not in this one. We've got Gordy Rush, sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU radio, joining us. This is going to be a lot of fun. That's next right here on the Fan Upstate. Well, it's time to talk a little Clemson LSU football right here on the Fan Upstate. Continue to get your upset picks in, and we will continue to get you entered in the Upset Picks Challenge for this week. But want to bring in Gordy Rush. He's the LSU sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU Radio, also VP General Manager at 104.5 ESPN, talking Clemson, talking LSU, bringing you Clemson fans a true LSU perspective for Saturday night's game. Gordy, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to getting up there. A little bit cooler weather and, historic in that LSU's first trip to up to Clemson. So we're excited.
It is cooler. You're right about that, but don't say that too loud because that can change very quickly here in South Carolina. Let's get into this matchup, Gordy. It should be a lot of fun Saturday night. I want to start with the location. You mentioned being up here Saturday night in Death Valley. We know that when it comes to lines, Vegas gives a few points for lines, one way or the other when it comes to who has home field advantage. We also know that if this game were being played in Baton Rouge, LSU would have a huge home field advantage in this season opener. Do you feel with this game being played at Clemson and also the consensus from LSU fans you've talked to as well, do they view this as a challenge to be on the road Saturday night?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, it's Clemson's anytime you play on the road against, we say in the SEC and I'm going to put Clemson in that, the elite programs in college football. Sure, it's a home field advantage. I think what makes this even more of a home advantage for Clemson is that there's so many new faces on LSU's team, so many kids out of the transfer portal. Brian Kelly's bringing a football team that he's trying to gel together against a team, and what Coach Sweeney's done a great job of really maintaining continuity in an era of college football. It's hard to do so. I think only 4 kids in the transfer portal he took. So this is a team that's played together. They know each other. And so I think that's what makes it even harder for LSU to be on the road for this game, playing against a team that's, has that continuity.
Gordy, obviously we know that Brian Kelly is one of the best coaches in the game. That's not debatable. Any sane person would say that. But we also know that LSU football fans aren't exactly the most sane individuals. What is the pulse of the fan base going to be if this game does not go well and that streak of losing season openers continues? Clearly, the administration is not going to move on from Brian Kelly, but the fans may be out off the reservation after that.
Yeah, obviously there are going to be some people disappointed, right? Now I will tell you, USC was not a good football team, right? That LSU lost to last year, and then Florida State, Florida State wound up being a good team one year, and the year after, rather they really were not, and so that was kind of disappointing. I think a lot of respect for Clemson. I mean, Clemson returning what they did, went to the college football playoff. It is what it is. It's a tough draw. I think the problem is the same you have for probably 8 SEC schools, right? In Georgia, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama. The standard is the standard. You have 8 or 9 programs that expect to be in the college football playoff each and every year. Unfortunately, only 4 or 3 or 4 are going to make it. And so you're going to have an upset fan base. And so, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think Brian Kelly is a good football coach. But yeah, it'd be nice for he needs to get off this not losing the opener and having to start the season like that, because the LSU's got 7 ranked opponents that they play in a gauntlet coming up in the SEC.
Gordy, do you think the news last week with the SEC moving to 9 conference games, do you think that could impact how Brian Kelly schedules this first season opener given his track record in the first week?
Well, first off, he'll be the first to tell you he doesn't schedule the season opener. Verge Osbury is associate AD, and those are done 10 years in advance, right?
Yeah.
And I think you've got a little bit of sample, not to be disrespectful, but, the first game that's been scheduled since the college football playoff started was a home-and-home with SMU, right?
Gotcha.
And to me, Clemson obviously is a top-tier program, and SMU had a great year last year. But, I mean, that's about the extent I think you're going to schedule a non-conference home and home, and it's a good alumni base for LSU folks with that. And I'm not trying to disrespect SMU, but you don't need to play these juggernauts anymore now that you're going to a 9-game SEC schedule. But I mean, you've talked about that, and LSU potentially is going to play Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M next year. And again, the standard 10-2 is what gets you in the college football playoff, and here you go, you get Clemson returning the favor next year.
Gordy, there's 4 transfers on the offensive side slotted at number 1 on the preseason depth chart. Berrien Brown, Bauer Sharp, Braylon Moore, Josh Thompson, plenty of guys on the defense as well, including one of the most high-profile guys in Jack Pyburn, who came in from Florida. Yeah. What's been the recipe for Brian Kelly getting this group of transfers connected, and does it have Tony Satcheries in it?
Yeah, I think here's the vibe that I got going out there is and what's so hard, I think, in this day and age of college football when you do hit the portal is you don't know what that looks like. What has really impressed me is that he went out and, spent $18 million on a roster, and they went and got grown men.
Yeah.
And they went and got leaders. And you talk about Pyburn that has come from Florida. I mean, he's got paid. He's playing to get paid on Sunday, and he has been vocal out there. He has brought a different physicality to practice that, LSU hasn't had the last 3 years because you've been playing so many freshmen and sophomores, right? And so when I talk about Pyburn, there's a kid that wasn't on anybody's radar coming out of this transfer portal, and not in my top 5 transfers. His name's Bernard Gooden. He played at South Florida, right? Here's a guy, 6'1", 270. He's looked like Aaron Donald so far in fall practice. He's been the most active, been the biggest leader. And you think about it, he was playing at South Florida, right? Probably in front of 20,000 people. And he gets a chance for his dream to play at a bigger level, to play at Clemson at a stadium like this. And he's got a chance as an undersized defensive lineman to show his skill. And so the intangibles of the leadership, the maturity, and the physicality has been noticeably different in this camp to any of the years, right, Brian Kelly's had at LSU. Look, Jane Daniels was special, right? Jane Daniels won the Heisman Trophy because LSU was historically bad on defense 2 years ago. LSU hasn't had the talent level we're used to seeing at LSU since 2019 in that game against Clemson in the national championship. This is the closest they've been to 2019. It's not 2019, obviously, but it's the closest they've been.
Gordy, this one's going to be a little bit tricky for you, maybe not, but if you are an LSU fan, and I'm sure you have had a lot of involvement, this week and for the past few months leading up to this season opener against Clemson, but if you put these 2 quarterbacks in a hat, LSU fans 99% of the time are probably going to take Garrett Nussmeier. Why, in your mind, are LSU fans grabbing Garrett Nussmeier's name out of the hat over Cade Klubnik?
Well, I think Nussmeier, to me, and I've seen some film on Klubnik here in the last 2 weeks, and I've seen a lot of Nussmeier. I mean, Nussmeier has an elite NFL arm, is what I'll tell you. And an ability to stretch the field. He's got a little bit of a gunslinger mentality. When I've seen Klubnik, he's more of a dual athlete. He does a great job of buying time in the pocket and is able to extend plays and make a lot of clutch things. I think they're different. I think they're both first-round NFL quarterbacks. And, naturally, I think LSU's just had a chance to see Nussmeier, and we're thrilled that he came back. I thought he would have gone somewhere in the first round last year, and that was, with a team that did not have one receiver under a 4.5 that could run under a 4.5. Chris Hilton was the only one. He was hurt the majority of the season until the last stretch. And so uncharacteristically, LSU was not elite in stretching the field. And because of that, everybody came up. The offensive line struggled in pass protection, and LSU very much was one-dimensional for the first half of the year. They spent a lot of money in the transfer portal trying to fix this, and they've got some elite receivers out there. So I think that's the excitement now. LSU's got 8 receivers and 2 elite tight ends. A kid in Trudez Green, it's a basketball kid, about 6'7", that is like a small forward running down the field. And then they got Bauer Sharp that came in from Oklahoma. I mean, he's got 10 weapons around him. He didn't have that last year.
Talking to Gordy Rush, LSU sideline reporter. I'm going to throw a curveball here at you, Gordy. My team is in the Sun Belt Conference, and with the recent addition of Louisiana Tech, the first thing I saw was Louisiana Tech fans and Louisiana Raging Cajun fans debating whether or not jambalaya has tomatoes in it. The Creoles put tomato, the Cajuns don't. So the question is, does Gordy Rush put tomatoes in his jambalaya?
Look, all Gordy Rush will tell you is don't ever volunteer to judge a jambalaya contest because they'll give you 30 bowls and all that rice expands. And the last time that I did that, I was laying on the couch in our radio station lobby. I felt like I was going to give birth. So jambalaya is made a lot of different ways throughout the South. And yes, I've had it with tomatoes. I've had it with black rice. I've had it with shrimp. It's different, Louisiana, there's not one theme, right? Louisiana Tech's up in the Bible Belt part of the state. They speak French in Lafayette. In New Orleans, it's a different world. And then Baton Rouge is kind of a middle balance. So, I mean, there's no one way to make jambalaya. Just don't judge the damn contest.
The funny thing is the Louisiana Raging Cajun fans actually cook like Creoles, not like Cajuns.
That's right.
Make some sense. By the way, I love hearing a little bit of that accent come out. I've got family down in Jefferson Parish, so I heard it come out a little bit.
I'm
about food, and there it is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a New Orleans Jet, right? But I mean, everybody that founded Lafayette are from like Nova Scotia. They came all the way from down there, and they settled in Lafayette. And then obviously New Orleans, being a port city, has had French and Spanish, and so it's an interesting state. Got a lot of different cultures, and that's what makes the place fun.
I'm a big fan of the shrimp and the jambalaya. I had it at a duck hunting trip last year in Arkansas, and I'm a big fan of that. The more shrimp, the better.
Well, they've got that, and then there's pastelaya, and that's everything. It's pasta instead of all that. So all of it's really not carb, is not carb conscious.
No, I'm with you. Hey, earlier today I was talking, on the radio with Hunt Palmer on your guys' station earlier in the afternoon about this matchup, and I want to get your thoughts on a matchup that you'll see up close and personal Saturday night, Gordy, with the Clemson defensive line, LSU offensive line. A lot's been made of that matchup, the game within the game. Is that where your eyes immediately go when this thing kicks off Saturday night?
I think it's the biggest question mark for LSU. They're going to 4 or 5 offensive linemen went to the NFL. They had two outstanding offensive tackles. Will Campbell was an early pick for New England. They brought in Braylon Moore to be the center from Virginia Tech. They had struggled with DJ Chester, who played as a young kid. He's part of probably a decent – they've got a good 2-deep group of talent. They're just not settled yet. They went and got Josh Thompson from Northwestern, played a lot of Big Ten football, has a degree. He brings some maturity. There's an elite prospect at left tackle in Tyree Adams, and they haven't settled on the left guard and the right tackle. The kids look good against Baylor, but, Baylor ain't Clemson. And so I think that's the big key. The big key is how they handle Clemson up front, and I'm interested to see what Tom Allen does. I had to go watch 2 games of Penn State, and obviously had a great run at Indiana. And when you put the Clemson, film on, especially the SEC games and that Texas game, I mean that they didn't look elite on defense. They gave 300 yards up in rushing to Texas. So Clemson's got guys. I mean, Dabo's done a great job, and I think that's going to be the key matchup, the one to watch for LSU, because it is an unknown. Now, it's not as if they don't have players. They've got talent. They've got good recruiting. But again, you're going to put those 5 guys that act like a dance unit together for the first time playing together at Memorial Stadium, and that's what makes, I think, this thing the home advantage of Clemson's way.
Gordy, help me out and get a sense of this running back room for LSU. Caden Durham, sophomore, he's listed as RB1. You got Caleb Jackson there, junior. He's listed as RB2. If the game is tight, we're in a situation LSU's got the ball, they're driving to go score and maybe win the game late. Is it predetermined that it's going to be pass heavy, or do they have enough trust in Caden Durham to get it done?
Got enough trust in Caden Durham. He had a fantastic first year, and then he, I think, fractured 2 toes. He actually played with baseball cleats. The first time I ever saw, they had the steel toe like the pitchers, right, to protect you from hitting hit, and they had some extra precautions last year. He really won 100% till the end of the season. He played hurt. he's elite. He's different. He's a clear RB1. And then, as you mentioned, that you have Jackson's more of a thumper type of running back. Juwan Johnson is just a straight athlete, a third down specialist. They'll run some wildcat. They'll catch the ball in space. And then they signed a 5-star running back in Harlem Berry, who is electric. He played at a lower classification in Louisiana. I'm interested to see how he makes a jump to big-time college football. But he's an athlete. But look, they've got to run the ball better. They've made a commitment to running the ball more. I don't think I know Tom Allen's going to bring pressure, but you're talking about they've got receivers and Barian Brown and Chris Hilton and Nick Anderson, who we got from Oklahoma. It's a grade 50-50 ball kid, 6'4", 210, runs full low 4.5s. And if you're going to put yourself in man setup and try to come after LSU on this offensive line, a key is LSU's got to expose you and make you play. And they've got plenty of playmakers to do that. But there's no doubt, I think Allen's going to come test this offensive line.
Gordy, really appreciate your time, man. You guys have a safe trip up here and hope you enjoy the upstate as much as we do.
No, we love it up there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Gordy Rush, sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU radio. He is also the vice president, general manager at 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. So some really good insight, Tolos. If you're a Clemson fan and you don't know about this LSU team by the end of the week, it's your fault, because Diesel and I have given you opportunity after opportunity to learn about the Tigers. Not the Tigers, right, but the Tigers, as we've had several LSU guests on and a lot more conversation to be had.
It really is interesting just how similar these two teams are, right? They got elite lines, elite receivers, elite quarterback play. This is going to be a fun football game, man.
It's going to come down to, it's going to come down to something small. And it really, in my mind, it's going to be, we always say the small things, the small things are what win these type of games, Diesel. I believe it, whether that's a turnover or
maybe
something.
a DB jumping a route.
It's just
picking the ball off.
It's going to come down to something small, man. And whoever, in my mind, can do the small things right, Saturday night, I think, is going to come out on top. So
when we come back, we talked about it a little bit yesterday when we had Jack Veltri on, but it's officially official. South Carolina has released the Williams-Brice Reimagined plans. We'll get into what they had to say about what's coming your way for you South Carolina fans who would like to make your way down to Columbia for games, and we'll catch up on a few more of those upset picks. That's next. It is a challenge keeping up with all you Tolos who are sending in your upset picks here for the week 1 upset picks challenge. Just make sure that if you send in with a fairly common name, for example, we had Tolo James text in earlier. We got a couple of different Jameses that play this challenge. So make sure that you send us a full name, a nickname, whatever you want it to be. Just text in the same way every single time. It's James Gilstrap. So we got that fixed, and we got it noted there on the document for Dan B, who I know is listening and playing along.
There you go.
South Carolina, Cole, released their official announcement today that Williams-Brice is getting its facelift. The campaign is called Williams-Brice Reimagined. This comes from South Carolina's communications department. And here's what they send us. The project will focus on 3 key areas for reimagination. Section 1, overall fan experience. This project will touch on 4 key areas of improvement. Stadium circulation. I didn't even know that was a problem. South Carolina fans, is it that hard to move around Williams-Brice Stadium? Well, they're working on it, okay? They got that coming. They got concessions improvements coming. More options, quicker service. Nobody likes standing in line and missing a touchdown play, so they're working on that. They're going to give you more places to go potty, and finally, the cockpit, improving the overall student experience and providing more amenities to current USC students. Jack Veltri touched on that a little bit yesterday, maybe a little player lounge deck area, which could be really cool to see that play out at Williams-Brice Stadium. Yes, they're working on premium offerings. Currently, Williams-Brice Stadium ranks last among SEC peers in the total number of premium seating options. So they are going to enhance that. If you want to spend money, they're going to give you more ways to do that. Don't worry, South Carolina Gamecock fans.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, Diesel. Number one, I've been to Williams-Brice many times, many times, and I've always loved the experience. I think it's even though I grew up a Clemson fan, I think it's still one of the better experiences in college football. And I think, I want to be very clear, I think South Carolina making improvements is a great thing. They need to. You look at all these new stadiums across the country, whether it be baseball or basketball, whatever it is, it's the arms race, right? You got to keep up. So them doing that's great. I just hope it never loses that mystique that it has. It's just got that, I don't want to say older stadium type feel, but it does just have something different. There's something special about it. And I don't think, the improvements are going to change that one bit. I think it's going to be way better. Look, you've got to have them. You've got to have better, to your point, better concessions, quicker lines. I'm all for it. I know they're getting some video boards in the end zone to help, right? I think that's the biggest thing as a fan. I always want to be able to easily find information, right? Whether it's down in distance, time, replay, and it seems like they're doing that.
Cole, could you foresee a day where over the cockpit section of the stadium, and there is a giant jumbotron sitting on top of that section, where they may try to expand the seating above the cockpit and basically, I know the corners in the opposite end zone are still kind of open. There's big seating, big section directly over the end zone, opposite of the cockpit, but they could definitely grow the stadium for its 77,500 seats currently by putting some seating over that cockpit, especially if they move that jumbotron down into the 4 corners and they open up some space there.
They could. I don't know if that's a concern in terms of student space, in terms of how much more space they would need. That cockpit has a cool feel because it is still smaller in a way. It doesn't have that big feel, but it'll be really interesting. Let's go to the phone lines real quick. Jersey Joe, sorry to keep you waiting so long, brother. 844-326-3663. What's up, Jersey Joe?
I'm ready to make my upset pick here.
All right.
Who you got?
Give me Florida State and plus 13.5.
Wow. Over Bama?
Over Bama.
All right. What makes you think they got this, Jersey Joe?
I just got a hunch. I really got a hunch.
You got a hunch? I see. It's weird. I don't have that hunch with Bama, Florida State. And I thought about picking that, and I just don't have the hunch. Sometimes I do, though.
Are you buying all this Tommy Castellanos trash talking, Joe?
I got a hankering for someone will win.
I like it. I like it. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
That's interesting.
One more thing South Carolina is up to, Cole. They are going to enhance the student-athlete experience. That means they're going to redesign the team lobby, a recruit lounge, a locker room with new lockers, equipment room, training room, player holding area. I don't know what that means. Interview room and new male and female trainers locker rooms. So they're doing some enhancements basically all over the stadium. It's not just for the one percenters. It's not just for the student athletes. Everybody is going to get a little something out of this.
DB on the YouTube stream says last year Florida State was the one to pick against. Maybe it's different this year. That's a good point, DB. Good point. And again, the media room and stuff like in the lower levels of Williams-Brice, it's by no means new. It doesn't have that newness feel to it, but again, I love it. I've been to so many high school state championships there when they used to play at Williams-Brice, and seeing now covering South Carolina there, I there's something special about Williams-Brice. So changes are needed. I get it. Make all the changes you want. I just hope it doesn't ever lose that feel that it has, because it is special.
One of these days, I need to get down there and watch as a fan. I've been in the media booth multiple times. That's great. I know you love being behind the glass. I don't. I want to be out there amongst the people. So
you need to go as a fan then. That's where fans sit, amongst the people. That's where
Are you not a man of the people?
I'm a fan. I'm going to Clemson as a fan this weekend. So
there you go.
I enjoy it, but when I'm covering it, I want to be in the press box. But I am going as a fan this weekend. So any Tolos, it's going to be in Death Valley Saturday night. Let me know. I'll be there. I don't know exactly what time, but holler at me. Would love to meet up with you and meet you if I haven't done so already. Diesel, I'm going to put you to the test. This is going to be fun, and it is going to be a challenge. We've talked a lot of college football. We've previewed. We've given our predictions. But it's time to get down to brass tacks here, D. It's time to get down to it. Do you know the most popular fight songs in college football? Well, I'm going to put you and the Tolos to the test next, right here on the Fan Upstate. This time last year, right before college football kicked off, I put Diesel to the test with a mascot challenge. We also did it back in March Madness as well when we had a number of mascots to choose from, Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
But, you and I have done enough talking. We've done enough predicting, analyzing. We've had guests on from all over the country. We have Bill Bender coming on the show in about 15, 20 minutes. He's one of the absolute best when it comes to national college football news. We've done all the talking we need to do. We finally need to get to what's important here. What am I talking about? What's important? Well, we all love. One thing we love about college football, Diesel, is the band, the marching band, the fight songs. Maybe you are a band nerd. If you are, that's okay. We love you. But it's time to put Diesel to the test once again. And I have a feeling that he might knock all of these out of the park and not need any assistance from the Tolos. And by the way, keep your upset picks coming in at 844-326-3663. But I'm going to play a snippet, Diesel, a snippet of a fight song, college fight song, and you have to tell me what fight song it is.
I think I'm okay at fight songs.
I think you will be. Yeah.
I think I'll be able to pull the SC. I could probably go like 14 out of 16 in the SEC. Like maybe the Mississippi ones would be a little tough for me because I'm just not that familiar with them.
Yeah.
But I think I can do really well in the SEC. ACC probably pretty solid. Big 10 and Big 12 is where it gets real tough.
Well, I'm confident in you. I
believe. How many are we going to go through here?
We've got a number, and I probably have, 1, 2, 3. I've got like 9 or 10 pulled up. I might throw in a few more, Diesel, just depending on how much time we have.
Oh, he's going to throw some screwballs at me.
I've got some screwballs for you, but I also will give the Tolos the option if you need the assistance, they can call emergency, let me get this right, the emergency rapid hotline, which is 844-326-3663, and that's totally made up, by the way, but we're going to call it that for this segment because Diesel probably is going to knock them all out of the park and won't need your help. But in case he does, phone lines are open. Hub City Spartan Burgers text line open as well. And I've got some big names in here that you'll probably know. I think you'll know a lot of these, Diesel, just to be honest with you. But are you ready?
Let's do it.
Are you buckled in? I'm going to start with one that you might know and you might not know it. I will say this one might be a little tricky for you.
Okay.
But we shall see. Tolos, if Diesel needs your help, get that emergency response rapido hotline, phone number, whatever we would call it here. Muy rapido. Okay? Get ready. It's coming. First fight song in this fight song challenge for Diesel. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's try that again. I really – here we go.
That's the School for the Deaf.
That's bad.
Ha
Any idea?
I think that's Alabama. I thought I was going to be good at the SEC.
Well, I threw you a tough one to start. And
I know the fight song.
You know the
I know
tune,
the tune,
right?
yeah. I think it's Alabama.
It is not Alabama. It is one that Diesel think a little.
Is that? It's not Tennessee.
No, think a little more relevant to you. Your team, your team's conference. Again, Tolos, if you know
that's Georgia Southern.
How did you know that? That was good.
That's Georgia Southern.
You knew it.
I mean, I give him credit. It sounds like an SEC style of fight song.
By the way, Shane laughed at your School for the Deaf comment. That was bad but funny. Really bad but funny. So he
didn't laugh at my crabs joke earlier.
No?
You can get crabs in Maryland. You can get crabs at Florida Atlantic.
It's true. I thought I'd start off with a little Georgia Southern for you, since it's a team you don't love, right? You don't love Georgia Southern, so I figured I'd start with.
I watched video of them taking their dip in beautiful Eagle Creek.
Yeah,
the team that has to get baptized.
Yeah.
It's a drainage ditch. Corn Chip knows it. Let's be real. It's a drainage ditch.
Georgia Southern's the first one. It took Diesel a second, but ladies and gentlemen, he delivered on that one. After I gave him a little hint, and he got it. And by the way, if you need hints, it's okay. I can give you hints. I can give you conference affiliation. Let's see if you can get this one. And I can even give you the name of the fight song if you want it.
God, I know this one too.
Do you really?
That sounds like Texas A&M.
No.
God.
Wrong conference.
Wrong conference.
Wrong conference.
I might not get any of these.
They are, I mean, they're tough once you hear them because you're like, dang, it does sound like
is that Georgia Tech?
No, but right conference. Right conference. Go this way. More this way.
Louisville?
More. Up north.
Syracuse?
Bam.
Oh,
Bam.
okay.
Bam. You got it.
Oh, man, that's a hard one.
Title down the field.
I mean, like it's the northern half of the ACC. Those schools don't count.
It's a catchy fight song, though.
It's not bad.
Not bad. So if you just tuned into the show and are wondering what in the world's happening right now, I'm putting Diesel to the test.
This is harder than I thought it was going to be.
We're getting down to the stuff that matters here. The fight songs, Tolos. Let's see if you can help Diesel on a few of these as well. I don't think our Tolos are up. I think it is tough. I really do. I think it's very, very tough. I'm going to keep it, Diesel. I imagine this one's going to be tough for you as well. I could be wrong, but we'll see.
It's
a good one, by the way. This is a good one.
God.
Carry on with all your might. For it's A-A-R. I can't say anymore. Fight.
I think you gave it away. I think
did.
that's Arkansas.
That's a good one. That is an underrated fight song, right?
That's good.
That is a good one, man. I don't pull for Arkansas, but now I have a reason.
It feels like militaristic.
It does,
and fun,
doesn't it?
like fun military, not the murdery kind.
How does that not get you fired up for college football right there? Fight. As you can guess, the name of the song is Arkansas Fight. That is Arkansas's fight song. So we continue. And let's see here. I got a text with a recommendation to throw at you. I will throw that one at you. That's a good one.
Dewey says Rob Brown would make 100 on this test.
You think so?
I said Rob Brown eats baked potato chips.
JD says most of these fight songs sound so similar. This is a tough challenge. It is. It is tough. And Tolos, if you want to make it even more fun, if you think you can go and tag team with Diesel, you can call the show at 844-326-3663. If you want to give him a little lifeline, we can put you on the air with Diesel. I do have one, though, Diesel, from a Tolo that just texted in. I'll get to that one. I'll pull that one up.
Okay.
It's going to be tough, I think. But there's going to be some easier ones sprinkled in here.
Just text it in to the – if you send it to the text line, texter, don't send it to 844 fan phone because I also look at the text line.
Yeah, this one sent it to my personal phone. So that is a good one, texter, unnamed texter. I will throw that one in there. So Diesel did get Arkansas because I kind of gave it away. He did get Georgia Southern. Syracuse was tough. It was tough. I think you'll get this one, though. I really do. I know we have Tolos that will get it if you don't.
Another great one.
It's good.
God, I don't know this one.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. The title's Battle Cry, by the way.
Is this one A&M?
Nope.
Oh. I know this. I know the song.
Dig deep.
Who is this?
Dig deep.
Who is this?
If you don't know, just watch the text line because I guarantee
this is This isn't Florida, is
no,
it? No,
I
it's not Florida.
guarantee we have a lot of Tolos who will know this one, and for good reason. And I'm surprised they hadn't texted in already.
I know the tune.
It's so good. It is so good. We will fight to the end for OHIO. Go Buckeyes.
Oh, my God.
Ohio State.
Oh.
Man, I thought you were going to get that one. That's a good one, man. Ohio State. I like the intro, the drums. It's good. There we go. Just now on the text line. I guarantee. Look, OHIO. 3 different texts about it.
Oh, the yuck
I knew,
eyes.
man. I knew we'd have one. We have so many Tolos that are Ohio State fans. I knew it wouldn't take long. How about that? That's
man.
You know what, man? I'll tell you what. The hard part about this is ranking these bad boys.
I thought the fight song at Ohio State was that whoosh sound it makes when you drive past a road construction barrel.
Whoosh, whoosh.
There goes another one.
It might
Another
be.
orange and white barrel
It might
along
be.
the side of the highway.
What about this one, Diesel? Fight song challenge, putting Diesel to the test.
God, this is a lot harder than I thought it was.
If I told you the name, it'd give it away, so I can't do that. This one's hard. I thought this would be
Texter
easier.
says, "Oh my God, this is easy." I don't know this
Texter
one.
says that?
Yeah,
On this
Texter
one?
said this is easy. I know. I recognize that. Da, 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 da.
See, I think now hearing it, this one's harder.
Is this Georgia Tech?
Nope.
God.
Wrong conference. SEC.
Palmetto Buckeyes says, "I am not impressed with Diesel."
Oh, Texter. There you go.
Oh, well,
There
thank
you
you
go.
for the assist. That would be the team that doesn't know what their mascot is. Is it a tiger? Is it an eagle? They don't know. That would be Auburn.
War Eagle, baby. War Eagle. That was Auburn's fight song. I've got a few more for
Speaking
you.
of not knowing their mascots, you're not off the hook. Ole Miss. You got like 6 of them.
What
They got the Rebels.
yeah.
They have for some reason they have a man in a plush bear costume on their sideline.
Alabama too.
And they also have a shark. They do a shark
I
too.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
A shark.
Yeah.
What in the world? And Bama, right? With the Tide, and they also have the elephant.
Well, it's always been.
Yeah, but there was a tide and elephant aren't the same thing. I don't know what a tide. I mean, come on.
You don't know what a tide is?
I mean, I know what a tide at the
If
ocean.
you don't know what a tide is, maybe you eat tide.
Tide Pod.
Yeah.
Tide Pod. Is that what they are? What about this one, Diesel? Can you get this one? Can you get this one? Let's try.
Oh, that's Alabama.
Nope.
No, God.
Fine. Text line's going to blow up in a second.
I freaking know all these tunes.
You know, like you do memorize it. Oh, that gave it away. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that.
Okay. There'll probably be one more in there. Oh, this will give it away.
Oh, that's NC State.
Go Cox.
Oh, what?
Go Cox.
I thought he said go Pack.
No,
How do
go
I not
Cox.
know South Carolina's fight song? just by listening to it. I mean, they don't score a lot, so
Oh my
they
gosh.
don't get to play it much.
You're
It's all that.
terrible.
It's that freaking chicken all the
You're
time.
terrible. The Rooster Crow.
Yeah.
There's the South Carolina
Jeez.
one. Let's see. I think you'll get this one. I really do. I believe in you.
God. Okay. Do we really have to make it this easy on me?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a
It's a gimme. This is a gimme. It's Clemson.
yes. I am gonna throw you a bone there.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I didn't want you to go over. You did get Georgia Southern right. So you got
Texter
that
says,
one.
Diesel, you suck at this. Don't blame you being bad on us scoring. I mean, come on. You don't play it that much.
Oh gosh, that's funny. What about
I
this
thought
one?
your fight song was 2001.
That's another
I
one.
know.
That's
Kidding.
the entry.
Kidding.
What
Kidding.
about the this one's gonna be tough. There's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning.
Oh, this is soft. This has got to be a Big Ten school. It's got to be a Big Ten school. And with the Piccolos, it's definitely a Big Ten school. Oh my God. Is it a Big Ten school?
You would be correct. It is a Big Ten school.
Wow. Oboes and Piccolos.
You got that. You're on it.
Penn State, maybe?
Nope.
No.
No, but you're in the right part of the country. I mean, you're not too far off. We've already done Michigan. Remember that. We've already done Michigan.
We didn't do Michigan.
Did we not? Maybe
No,
that's
you
the
did
next
Ohio
one.
State. You did Ohio State.
Maybe I just spoiled the next one.
I genuinely
Michigan
don't.
State.
Michigan State. I don't know.
Michigan State. This is Michigan State, and I did spoil this one. This one's Michigan, just so you know. But very similar to Michigan State, right? This is Michigan. The last one was Michigan State. I think they're kind of similar. Now, I did get one text that I want to throw at you, Diesel. I don't think there's any way.
I thought I would get more. I thought I would get more of these.
It's tough. It really
Oh my
is.
God.
It really is.
Especially when you hear them back to back to back to back.
Yeah, they
all
to
start to
JD's
sound the
point.
same.
I don't think you'll get this one, but a texter asked if I could throw it out there for you. This one to me should be.
Wait, that last one wasn't Michigan.
Yeah.
Michigan goes da 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 da.
Maybe I hadn't got to that part.
Okay.
Here. Let's try this one. Think local.
Burns.
Not that local.
Not that local.
It's
That's definitely
college.
not Furman.
No, you're right on that. Not Furman.
Maybe it's Wofford.
Nope.
I don't know.
Coastal.
That's Coastal. Okay.
I would never have recognized
I don't know that one.
I would never have
I don't know.
recognized that.
To be fair, I apparently don't know any of these. I need to
No,
go back.
I will give you
I need to go back
credit.
and
You
study.
knew Clemson's. You knew Georgia Southern's.
I needed some help with that one.
How does App State's go? Could you? I mean, could you almost sing it? For me? That sounds like every fight song. Though,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
pretty much.
It really does. I
You
like
can play
it.
it if you want to.
I am pulling it up right now. Diesel should know this one. I do think going into it, I expect you to struggle because, like you said, they all do sound the same. Is this App State right here? This it?
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. Aren't fight songs the best?
Yeah.
Man, I love it.
This was my ringtone for a long time.
I love it. I love fight songs. I mean, what would football be without marching bands? I think that's one of the reasons, Diesel, that college football has such a big leg up on the NFL.
You know, there's so many people who complain that so many schools are going away from the marching band being the main source of musical entertainment. So many schools are having DJs playing, rap songs from 10 years ago. More of the band, please.
More band.
Mic the band, play it throughout the
What's this
entire
one, by the way?
stadium.
This one's called a bumper music. It's called bumper
not-
music. Just kidding.
Is this
least-
Long Island?
No,
Long
at
Island
least you
University?
didn't go over.
Yeah, well, I didn't do well. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. That was not good. Maybe our next guest can bring a little less shame onto my family. Bill Bender of the Sporting News coming on with us next. Well, I am thoroughly embarrassed over my performance in the last segment. Bringing Bill Bender on the show. Bill, we played a game of blind name that fight song, and I talked a big game going into this thing. I said, you know what? Out of the SEC teams, I could probably get 14 of the 16 SEC teams. No sweat. And I bombed hard, man. It's tough naming fight songs. How are you, pal?
You know, some of it's I'm doing great. The association, you know, you forget some of them really easily.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to call you out on that. I know Big Ten wise, I'd probably say I'd get all 18, and then I'd probably end up like 12 out of 18.
Bill Bender, the Sporting News, joining us right here on the Fan Upstate. Bill, let's start with this. What game are you headed to or watching? Keeping an eye on this weekend.
Well, I'm heading up to Ohio State for practice now, and I live about 20 minutes away, so I bet you can do the rest from there.
Yeah.
Huge game at noon. Get there early. So many things in that game that I'm just interested to see, and part of the reason why is there's 26 guys in this game that are going to the NFL draft and or went to the NFL draft. So now you have a ton of star power left: Arch, Jeremiah Smith, Caleb Downs, Anthony Hill. I could go on, but who are some of those new guys that are going to step in? Whether it's a Julian Sayin or a Colin Simmons, who isn't maybe a household name yet, that step in and make the big plays in this game. Because 1 versus 3. That's as good as it gets for an opener. And it's not the only one.
Bill, how much trust do you have in Julian Sayin to be able to kind of match or at least try to stay with Arch Manning? Arch has gotten a few starts and he's got a little more playing time under his belt. Do you think Julian, with all his talent, can kind of hang with Arch?
Yeah, I think so. I think, when you have Carnell Tate and Julian Jeremiah Smith and Brandon Ennis, that's another kind of a guy that we're looking for that could have a big year for Ohio State. When all of those guys are catching the football, you could have a pretty big year there. So, I think that's something I'm looking for. With Texas on their side, it's Trey Wiseman, Ryan Wingo. There's a lot of good skill talent in this game.
It's really interesting, Bill, and I love that you're going to be there for the biggest matchup of the weekend, Texas-Ohio State, College Game Day, Lee Corso's final College Game Day, a lot of excitement surrounding that. But when you look at Julian Sayin, and for good reason, there are a lot of people who just don't know what we're going to get from what you've seen. You're seeing practice. You obviously more than most of our fans out there when it comes to what Julian Sayin can do. Describe this quarterback and how you think Julian Sayin will not only look in 2025, but what we can come to expect all season long from this guy.
Yeah, that's the big question. I think off the top of my head, obviously there's a 5-star background there. Played, he committed to Alabama at first and was there until Saban left. And, when you watched him in practice, he's not the biggest guy. You'll notice that right off the bat. Will Howard was huge.
Yeah.
Dwayne Haskins is a big guy. Justin Fields is big. But he's accurate. He gets the ball out quick. He's got 5-star talent with his arm, and you're going to notice that right away. I think when you're starting at places like Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, the pressure to win is always going to be there. I think with Julian, the key is going to be, does he limit the turnovers? How's he handle the pressure of playing at Ohio State? This isn't the only big game he's going to play in. He's going to be in a Penn State game, a Michigan game. But that's the privilege of playing at a place like Ohio State, where we're going to judge him on every throw, but I think he'll be fine.
Coming up in the next 12 minutes, we're going to get Bill Bender's pick for the Upset Picks Challenge. Bill, just wanted to put that in the back of your mind to remind you at the end of the interview to have an upset pick ready to go. But earlier in the show, we started talking about coaches that really need a win here in week 1. I was looking at Tony Elliott at Virginia. Obviously, he's struggled in his time there at Virginia. And I also was looking at Scott Satterfield, a guy that's a little near and dear to my heart, who coached my alma mater, who's now at Cincinnati. Things have not gone well for him at Cincinnati. And obviously those fans remember, the Luke Fickell and the Brian Kelly eras when they were winning a whole lot of football games. Who's somebody else that you look at that just desperately needs a win here in week 1?
Hugh Freeze at Auburn. I think that program, new quarterback, Jackson Arnold took a lot of sacks last year. You playing Baylor, that's tricky. Baylor was hot last year before the bowl game against LSU, so you have a lot at work there. So I think that makes that a really interesting game for Auburn, especially if they lose. I can't pin a win on Mike Norvell. I can't say you got to go out and win against Alabama. I know that's not going to be easy, but I will say I don't think Florida State can go out and get blown out. That wouldn't be good.
I'm with you there. It wouldn't be good, Bill. Let's kind of park there for a second on Mike Norvell. We did this a couple days ago with Brian Kelly, trying to find the path if Brian Kelly were to be fired. What's that path look like for you when it comes to Mike Norvell? If I told you, hey, Bill, Mike Norvell will be fired at the end of the season, what's that path look like in your mind?
Well, I don't do win totals because win totals, you just never know.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to say, hey, he's got to win 9? And what if they win 8, but then they get blown out by Florida and they get blown out by Alabama, get blown out in a couple ACC games, lose one they shouldn't? Then you get into that discussion. I thought at ACC kickoff, Florida State was desperate to talk about anything else other than that last season where they won 2 games. I don't think they're going to be that bad again. And some of that was the Dublin loss, which we all know it can get weird, right? After you lose that game. We're going to find out what K-State's all about, by the way. But I think, I would say if they can get to 7 or 8 and just show some fight, and a lot of that's going to rest on the quarterback, Thomas Castellanos. He's going to have to play better than what they had under center last year.
At Bill Bender 92, all of our Tolos go find him and give him a follow. Dion finds himself in a unique position this week. This is the first time he will have coached a college football game without Shedeur, Shiloh, and Travis Hunter. 10 years from now, Bill, as we're looking back at this era of Colorado football, will the 2 years that he had with those 3 be the springboard that led to greater things, or will Colorado fans kind of look back at it and say, wow, those were the good old days?
I think this year, that first opener is going to be a really interesting game for them because I know it's going to be different without Travis Hunter, without Shedeur Sanders. The phenomenon of the last 2 years was based a little bit on winning that first game. You know what I mean? So if they lose and they lose spectacularly to Georgia Tech, then we're going to start asking questions about like how long is Dion going to coach, and that has nothing to do with his health. I'm so happy that he is healthy and he is able to coach. But I do think that's part of the story here that, how long is he going to do this? Now, he does have a lot of NFL names on his staff, and I think that's a good thing. But, it's just a lot of that might hinge on how they do in this opener and how they manage the Big 12. I know I'm excited to see that game Friday night, though, because I think Georgia Tech's pretty good. They've got a good quarterback in Haynes King. He makes a lot of plays.
It's really interesting, Bill, when you look at that matchup. Diesel brought it up, so we'll park there a second as well. Georgia Tech, Haynes King, Colorado, some newness, quarterback, other positions. I do find myself wanting to believe in Georgia Tech in 2025, but I also at times pull myself back from fully buying in. In the ACC, are you there? Are you fully buying into Georgia Tech, especially in this opener, which I think is a little bit bigger of a test than people realize?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one going out to Folsom Field in Colorado. And, whatever that buy-in is on Georgia Tech, some of that is on this first game. Can they go out? They were kind of a giant killer last year. I think we know that. They would win a game, and then they were inconsistent in other areas. So can they go out and do this for 4 quarters? Win? And you're right. It's not – I don't know if that's an upset either way, but, I mean, just if they can go out and win – that would get them a big springboard going into the ACC. I believe the line's like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Bill, I know you said you don't like to look at win totals as a way to judge teams. I'm looking up and down North Carolina's schedule, and I see there are 9 possible winnable games. for North Carolina this year. It's a manageable schedule. But obviously this roster for Bill Belichick in his first year in college football is loaded with transfers. How will you judge the job that Bill Belichick does in his first season?
Starts. I mean, you have in spots, but it's really, really hard to judge teams that have, in their case, we're talking about 70 transfers. So I just don't know. I will say this, the fascination factor for me with North Carolina is at an all-time high because of Belichick. If they go out and win that game against TCU, or they are an underdog, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
Okay, so if they go out and do that, then we're going to be talking about Belichick all Tuesday, that it's the Patriots all over again. He hasn't missed a beat. He knows how to coach, and I think all of those things are at work if they can go out and pull that upset.
I think so too. I think right now it's 3.5, 4.5 around that line. Bill, let's bring it local. We'll get to South Carolina, Virginia Tech in a second. That's obviously, with us being in the state of South Carolina, something our audience is really interested in. But Clemson hosting LSU, you mentioned the big game, Ohio State, Texas. When you look at Clemson, LSU, we've talked to Clemson guests. We've also talked to LSU guests on the show this week. What matchup, the game within the game, in your mind stands out the most as to what could dictate this game in one direction?
Up front. Clemson's got first-round guys all over that defensive line. Woods, Parker, that's it. Does LSU hold up? They lost Will Campbell, the first-round tackle. They're trying to protect Garrett Nussmeier, trying to communicate on the road in what's, this battle of Death Valley. And, can they get the running game going a little bit? I think that's something to watch early. LSU's had some spectacular fails in season openers the last couple years. And I think they're going to fight and play and keep this one close. But, man, you have to play well up front to beat this Clemson team. And that's what stands out most to me about the Tigers is that, I do think they're elite on the defensive line. And when Dabo's got an elite defensive line, they are really tough to beat.
Bill, Carson Beck was really good at Georgia last year. I wouldn't call him elite, not a world beater last year, but he's going to be stepping into a Miami program where Cam Ward threw for 4,300 yards, 800 more than Carson threw for at Georgia. What percentage would you say you think Carson Beck will be able to achieve relative to Cam Ward's massive season last year?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to answer because, I think they're just different guys. I think Carson Beck is a guy that what stood out to me was Mario Cristobal said, hey, this guy marries what we do offensively to what we want to do. Cam Ward was a playmaker, improvised well, did those kind of things. So I think Carson Beck just has to go out and be him. And the big game experience is going to help. 24-3, right? Played in a lot of top 10 games, all those things. And I think that's going to help tremendously. Now, this Notre Dame game, as I've pointed out, and I went to a Catholic school, so I know this. Notre Dame, last 6 trips to Miami, they've lost. Now, they don't play every year, so you can't really gauge that off a game from the 70s. But it's just letting you know that, hey, Miami's tough at home, and, that's been a tough game for them in the past. It might be a tough game on Sunday.
Yeah, it might be. Bill Bender, the Sporting News. Bill, my last question for you. South Carolina driving down to Atlanta, Georgia on Sunday afternoon to take on Virginia Tech. South Carolina, we know that they just had a couple of trip-ups a season ago that kept them out of the CFP, especially that game against LSU. I know we've talked about this with you a little bit leading up to the season, but Sunday, how you see this going for the Gamecocks, but also the flip side of that, I guess the part 2 of that question, Bill, if there's enough on this team in your mind in 2025 for the Gamecocks to make another special run like they did a season ago.
Well, Lenore Sellers, it really starts there. What an emotional game it's going to be for them Sunday playing, obviously with Kane Beamer, Frank Beamer connection. That's awesome, by the way. I think it's going to be really fun. got a good edge rush. It's kind of the same speech I gave you about Georgia Tech. You know, they've shown they can win games and big games. I was so impressed last year with the way they played at Alabama. You know, that was a game they could have won.
Yeah.
So can they do that every week in the SEC? And that is the challenge. I mean, you look at Shane Beamer's record in the SEC, you could criticize that if you want. To me, it's just the reality of having to play in that conference every week where we know it's extremely hard.
Bill, it's time. Can we get your week 1 upset pick? Remember, the game here is you have to pick an outright upset, and if you are correct, then the number of points that team was a dog by will get added to a rolling season-long tally.
You know, I'm going to go North Carolina. I'm going to buy in there, and I kind of tease that a little bit. I just missed last week, by the way. I had Stanford. I'm going to sit here, and because of you guys, I'm sitting there late Saturday night, like yelling at Stanford front four to get a push late in the game, and that's all on you guys. But, I'm going to give it a try and give North Carolina. Did anybody hit last week?
Yeah, quite a few did. Well, obviously the only upset was the Iowa State. So everybody that hit gets 3 points. So, first place is still within reach, Bill.
We got a lot of time. It's long season.
A lot of time. Bill, you're the best. We appreciate you as always, buddy.
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bill Bender, the Sporting News. Good stuff there. If you tuned in late, missed any of it, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can go back. There's a chapters feature after you click the Fan Upstate, and you will see Bill Bender's name there, as well as anything else we discussed today that you missed. We have to get to some of the big news in the NFL. Diesel, a lot happened over the past 2 days. We'll take our visit to the National Football League next. Waiver transactions, players being released, a lot happening in the National Football League. We'll take our visit around the NFL right now in this very segment, Tolos. If you have a team, let us know who it is that you pull forward in the NFL to see if there's anything that's happened the past couple of days. It's been a busy day and week in the National Football League. Welcome into Wire to Wire. He is Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. So good to be with you on this Wednesday hump day edition of the show. Also continue to get your upset picks in. We have our high school coaches spotlight coming up at 6:05 with Jake Morris, the head football coach of the Norman Cavaliers. It's our first high school coaches spotlight of the season. But Diesel, NFL news, I think, looking back on the week, we've seen everything from Spencer Rattler being named the starter for the New Orleans Saints. We've seen Rocket Sanders cut from the LA Chargers. Obviously, that isn't good news for Gamecock fans. We'll see if he gets picked up, later this week or early next week. But, locally, the Carolina Panthers, boy, have they had a busy and really interesting week. Yesterday, we saw the news that they decided to cut Hunter Renfrow, the former Clemson Tiger. And then today, this morning, they trade Adam Thielen away, which could be Adam Thielen's final hurrah, right? One last season, in Minnesota, where he started his career, right? He was there for 10 seasons or so. But Diesel, now Carolina's in a tough spot. 6 receivers on this roster. I feel for Bryce Young because I feel like he needed a slot guy, a go-to slot guy.
Yeah, you take away his most trustworthy receiver. That's tough. By the way, Carolina Panthers tweeted 34 minutes ago, 4 takeaways from Dave Canales. Hunter Renfrow still in talks.
Yes.
So, yes, what you said, what you put out there earlier in the show is now official. It's out there from the Carolina Panthers that they are in talks with Hunter Renfrow to add to the roster.
And again, just to catch you up on that, if you don't know what we're talking about, I talked about this in the very first segment. I was told earlier today by a close source, a good source that's very close to the situation, and I mean like really, really, really close, that Hunter Renfrow and the Panthers were back in talks. And the way it was worded to me was that the ball's in his court. So he was cut yesterday. I was told, again, this is just what I was told by a source, that the Panthers have actually increased their offer of what they were originally going to pay him. I'm not going to disclose the certain amount there that was offered, but it was significantly more. And Hunter Renfrow, Diesel, we talked about it in the very first segment. You would imagine that this guy has put in a lot of work this year, wants to get back on the football field, and if so, I think there is going to be an opportunity for him to do so in Charlotte.
Is it 7 figures?
Yeah.
Is it first digit 2?
No.
First digit 3?
In terms of the 7 figures?
Yeah.
It was not that, but it was It was again, I don't know how, if you have millions already, I don't know how like people with millions of dollars operate in their mind, like what's 10 compared to 11 million.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know.
I think for a lot of these players, once you're already at that level of rich, it's not like, hey, I've got a big house with a Ferrari and a Humvee sitting out front, and I'd really like to go get an RV, so I need to make that extra $1 million. I think to them, a lot of them, it's number one, it's just the agents, right? Just that's their job, is to get as much money out of the teams for their clients as they possibly can. But at the same time, it's a show of respect. It's a sign of respect for who you are, for what you've accomplished, and what they think you can still do. And so that's why, unfortunately, you get guys who are making, $30 million a year, holding out for $35 million a year. It's not about the $5 million. It's about the respect being shown for the increase of $5 million.
So here's what Dave Canales said today, Diesel, about Hunter Renfrow. This was just a couple hours ago. Dave Canales said, talking about Hunter Renfrow, he's talking to his family, he's talking to his agent. We're just going to keep talking. We're going to keep taking it kind of one day at a time and see where he's at. I just felt like towards the end, the last stretch of what I saw, I want to be able to count on Hunter to be as good as he was the whole time. And I just saw some peaks, and then I saw some dips also in terms of his performance. And I just felt like, in fairness to the whole group, in fairness to the team, I wanted to make sure he knew I wanted to be a part of your future. I don't think right now is the time initially for this team. And so he just kind of said, I have to think about what I want to do. And so we're in communication right now. We're going to take it day by day and see where we're at. Going back to what I said, Diesel, Hunter Renfrow, from what I was told this morning, that's what he's going to be doing. He's going to be talking to his family. Again, I did reach out to him. I hadn't heard yay or nay, and I probably won't, but I did want to see if he could at least point me in the right direction in terms of what he was thinking there, Diesel. I will say he's in other business ventures like we talked about, locally. He loves the area. He loves the upstate. He has a lot of close people, and especially at Clemson. And I know that Jeff Scott, former Clemson offensive coordinator, and him have had some ventures together business-wise. So regardless, I think Hunter's going to be okay, and he's going to choose what makes him most happy and what his family wants him to do. But it's just going to be interesting to see if he wants to, after what Dave Canales called some ups and downs in training camp, if Hunter wants to put that commitment out there for the entire season, if he can feel like practice. I mean, it might be on the practice squad, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in that position, if you're Dave Canales, if you're the GM, are you starting to think, I don't even know if we want to sign this guy? I mean, there's a couple of guys out there who are now available, Cole. A guy like Michael Gallup, he's a really good player. Former
Cowboy.
He could be picked up. He was cut by the Commanders. Malachi Corley, he was cut by the Jets. They call him the Yak King for a reason. I think there might be an opportunity to hire a guy like that, put him on your roster. I mean, we did see a lot of players kind of re-sign with teams that they've been with before. I don't know that the pickings are super great out there, but I mean, there's even Xavier Restrepo. He's a guy that the Titans waived that he could, that the Carolina Panthers could pick up should Hunter Renfrow not want that job. And how much of it is you looking for a guy that matches Adam Thielen's skill set? Yeah. Like you're looking for a slot receiver. You're not looking for a guy that can be a burner down the field.
All right, Dewey, we've got like 30 seconds. You're late to the party, but we'll let you on real quick. You ready to make your upset pick?
Yes, I've been thinking about this long and hard, and I think I've been thinking about this, and I think it's going to be Colorado over Georgia Tech.
Wow.
I think it's 4.5 or something. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Deion Sanders.
Okay. Colorado for 4.5 against Georgia Tech.
Can we get a Dewey real quick? Can we get a Deion Sanders all in one? Wow, that wasn't what I meant, but that was epic.
Dear God. Sounds like when you take a balloon that's full of helium and you sort of stretch the end out of it.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like. So there you go. By the way, Dewey put us at 51 picks. Our goal is 150 for this week.
We can do it.
We certainly love to get up to around 75, 80 just today. Tolos, get your picks in if you haven't yet. Keep them coming our way, Cole.
And like James on the YouTube stream, for those of you late hopping on the stream right now, we'll keep it rolling in hour number 4. Get your upset picks to the Hub City Spartan Burgers text line right now.
Do it. When we come back, let's talk high school football with Jake Morris, the head coach of the Dorman Cavaliers. Next. Cole, we are now up to 53 entries
There we
in
go.
the first day of week 1 of the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles. And of course, we appreciate Ingles Markets for sponsoring this fantastic and fun challenge. I got a text here about 2 minutes ago from Atolo that says Syracuse plus 13.5 over Tennessee. That's great, texter, but you didn't put your name on your text, so I don't know who you are. So please resend that. Remember,
texter, we got to get your name, man.
Remember, we need your name, the game, and the spread. As a matter of fact, Cole, I'm feeling like I should ban Tom's entry because Tom only gave me USF plus 5.5.
Wow.
Who are they playing, Tom? Who are they playing? A game requires 2 teams to play, believe it or not. So make sure that you text in, you give me the full game.
Shane W. did fix it on the text line, the Hub City Spartanburgers text line. Good job, Shane W. He fixed it. So he's taking Syracuse. You know, Shane, I looked at that one. I really did, man, and I didn't take it. I do look down, Diesel. I see Jeremy Nix taking LSU Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
I am shocked. And we're going to have the high school coach spotlight in about 3 minutes right here on the Fan Upstate at 6:05. I'm shocked that we hadn't gotten more Clemson, Carolina.
Do you think it's just because it's worth 3.5 points?
Yeah, but Carolina's what, 7.5, 8? What is it now? I'll look, but
7.5 last time I looked.
7.5? I thought we'd have more. Yes, to your point about Clemson, 3.5 is probably a big reason. Let's say
we only have 2 Tolos that have taken Virginia Tech to upset South Carolina.
2 out of what, 50 something?
Out of 55 so far.
And that's a 7.5 point spread. Like, that's a really good.
That's right for an upset.
Yeah. It's a touchdown.
I mean, that's Vegas saying, sorry, South Carolina. We know you got Lenora Sellers and we know he's really, really good, but we don't believe in anything else on this team. And that's them also believing very highly in Virginia Tech that was awful last year.
Yeah. Z-Breeze, make sure you send in the game, the spread, the full thing there. You just sent Central Michigan. Joseph Hall says, give me Southern Miss at 12.5 versus Mississippi State.
Interesting pick, Joseph.
You know, the thing about it is with South Carolina, Virginia Tech on that spread that you just mentioned, South Carolina's the way better team on paper.
Yeah.
I mean, let's think about this for a second. 7.5 point spread. It's a neutral site game, right? I expect South Carolina fans to really show up in Atlanta on Sunday. You and I will be there. I would, if somebody today gave me $500 in free play and said, pick a side, I'm telling you, I could be wrong, but I would really be confident in putting that on South Carolina in the 7.5. I think they cover.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what it is. Here's John Dog. He didn't go what I went with. By the way, John Dog texted the show earlier, Diesel, and said, what's Cole's pick? Trying to make sure that he doesn't pick the same one. So John Dog goes Florida State over Bama for 13.5. We've had a few of those, haven't we?
Yeah, I'd say we probably had about 7 or 8 take that game.
I think that's going to be continue on Thursday and Friday. I think that's going to continue to be a trendy pick.
You know, John Dog texted in earlier and he tried to ask what's Cole's pick so that he makes sure he didn't pick the same thing you did. But I wouldn't tell him, okay? I don't want to let John Dog use that as a crutch for why he wouldn't take a game, which is really funny because Cole took the same game. Kidding. He didn't. Cole went with Florida Atlantic over Maryland. Let's see. Kurt just texts in the word Syracuse. Kurt, if you're making your upset pick, make sure you give us your name, the game, and the spread. So you would need to send in Kurt, Syracuse plus 13.5 versus Tennessee. That's how you would make that pick.
We're still learning. It's still early in the year, right? A lot of new Tolos still learning how the upset picks challenge works, but we're getting there. The main thing that matters, Diesel, is the numbers. We're getting those numbers up, right? We're doing a good job of it. Let's go to the phone lines and bring in Jake Morris, the head football coach of the Dorman Cavaliers. It is our first one of the season, our weekly high school coaches spotlight. And again, Jake Morris had a big win on Friday night. The Dorman Cavaliers did, and we talked to Jake Morris right now on the Fan Upstate. The Cavaliers are 1-0 after a 34 win over Greenville. Coach, how are you, man?
Hey, man, doing well. It's always good to get to a week of practice after a win.
No doubt. Diesel and I are going to bounce some questions off of you. Appreciate you joining us and being the first high school coach spotlight of the week. That 34 win over Greenville. I know as a coaching staff, you go into every game wanting to win and win big. Did you and your staff and the preparation leading up to Friday night feel like watching Greenville on tape that you guys had that big of an edge?
No, I mean, we had a kind of spotty week with practice. We had a lot of heat issues and running off like everybody in the county did, I'm sure. But, we were kind of unsure going into the game. We thought we were going to be in a four-quarter battle with them. We felt like we had some matchups we liked. We get into the game, and our kids just responded extremely well. I mean, they bounced back from having a short week of practice and were ready to go and executed at a high level.
Jake, what would you say that after that game? I mean, when it's 34-0 the final score, obviously most everything went right for you. But what would you say you still really have to clean up after week one or going into week one?
Yeah, I would say the same thing that probably any head coach at this point would say. You got a lot of things that you got to clean up as far as like your execution on some little things, and just attention to detail, all the things that you get cleaned up as the season goes. But everything we saw is all fixable. We didn't see anything that were like, oh man, that's something we can't handle. So that's always a positive. But you cleaned the little things up, just the execution and assignment football and all those kind of things.
Coach, as fans, we really want to look at each game and take a lot away from each game, right? Like Dorman fans want to look at the Greenville game and see 34-0 and say, okay, this is what I take away. Dorman's really, really good. Greenville's really, really bad. That's just what we do as football fans. What would you say from the coaching perspective when it comes to knowing who you're going against, truly learning what you did good, what you need to work on, kind of like Diesel just asked you, and the sense of really knowing where you're at week to week before you get into region play? Because once you get into region play, I mean, goodness, in this region, you'll find out real quick how good you are. How do you balance that as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't look ahead. And I think that's one of the good things that our staff does extremely well. We don't look ahead. We focus on what we have in front of us right now. I think you guys had me on a while ago, and I thought about the process of things. And then that's what we preach to our kids all the time. There's a process. We're one game at a time, and I think that's that's the way we attack it. We don't really look ahead. And look, as far as I'm concerned, every game we play is a Dorman Burns rival or Spartanburg Dorman rival. I mean, it's every game's big because you let us lose a game we're supposed to win, and all of a sudden it's the biggest game in the world. So every game to us is big. The Greenville game certainly is a big game. We had them big score on here last year, and we played them at home and let them come back and almost beat us. And the year before that, they did beat us. So that is a big game for us. Greenville's got a lot of athletes, and I think you can't look at that kind of stuff. You just got to focus on the process of it.
Coach, when you have a game in hand like that, obviously it allows you to put in some depth guys, 2s and 3s. So late in that game, the second half, fourth quarter, who really stepped up and showed you something once they finally got their opportunity at reps?
Yeah, we had a lot. I think we started rolling some guys in the third quarter there, probably after the first drive of the third quarter. We had a lot of young guys step up and make some big plays for us. We had some linebackers. Jalal Dex, a sophomore, got some playing time, made a big impact coming in. Thielen Edwards is a junior and is in a role for us and a rotation player and is one of our key players, but he had a really big pick. I mean, impressive pick there in the fourth quarter. And so guys, they got a lot of playing time, did some good things. Got a freshman in Carter Nash playing running back for us. He had a big game. Freshman offensive tackle and Jordan Lewis had a big game for us. So we got to play a lot of young guys that got some varsity experience, which is you can't put a value on that. I mean, that's huge.
It's our weekly high school coaches spotlight with Jake Morris, the head football coach of the Dorman Cavaliers. Coach, talk about Nick Means, not only what he did Friday night, a big night on the ground, but when you talk about, the offensive identity of Dorman football in 2025 with your OC, Jason Farmer, and Michael Lancaster, how much that game plan week to week revolves around the guy as good as Nick Means is.
Well, it definitely helps. I mean, Nick excels in everything he does. He's a great student, great football player. Obviously, he works hard in the weight room, and and that pays off. And you saw what he did on Friday night and the kind of numbers he put up. And look, we played an extremely well game up front, offensive line wise, and I think whenever you can do that, put those things together, you open things up in the passing game. And it takes a little bit off of you as coaches because you got some guys that can do those things.
Coach, can you go a little bit into the defense? Obviously, again, you hold them to 0. You did some things right on the defensive side of the football. Talk about your defensive coordinator and the stars that were able to shut them down the whole game.
Yeah, well, Coach Wade Cooper's been with us now for I think going on year 14, and in my opinion, is one of the best to ever do it. And he gets those guys ready to play every week and has a great plan. And the defensive staff as a whole is just just top notch. A lot of veteran coaches there, and so we have a lot of good playmakers. We obviously got Tavion Anderson that's playing some safety for us and some nickel, and then you got Jabez Thomas that's going to end up being a 3-year starter. It's the second-year starting as a junior for us and playing corner. And then our defensive front, man, I mean, they took over the game, and they did a tremendous job. James Porter, Zay Meadows, Christian Ware, and Nehemiah Miller. I mean, those guys just did a tremendous job. And when you can play a 3-man front and stop their running game, it's almost nothing, and that helps us a ton.
Coach, talk about your quarterback, Meek Slidell, on Friday night. Wasn't asked to do a whole lot. 7 of 10, very efficient, 108 yards. He did have a long pass in there as well. Going back to my previous question about Dorman's offensive identity, if I saw this stat sheet that I'm looking at, it would remind me of a Dorman stat sheet from 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, and running the football, getting to that ground and pound game that you guys want to do. We've talked about the running backs, but with Meek Slidell, especially at quarterback, having the ability to do a little bit in the run game as well. Is this what you would tell Dorman fans they should come to expect, on average per week, just in terms of letting the running backs carry the load, and then just asking your quarterback not to put you in a bad spot?
No, I mean, I think it depends week to week on what your game plan is and what you see. I mean, obviously we can throw the ball if we need to throw the ball. I think we showed that Friday night. We're going to throw the ball. We're going to have to throw the ball. But when you're getting 8 to 9 yards a pop running the ball, it's kind of hard to go away from that. So, Meek did a tremendous job for us. He managed the game really well. He led and did some really good things for us. Obviously had that really big pass the second play of the game to Corey Cole over the middle, and was accurate with the ball. When we asked him to took care of the ball. And so those are all positive things. But look, when you go into the game, you have a game plan and you feel like things are going to go there, and I think you got a good plan for it, then you got to adjust. So obviously we're going to have to do that each week. If we got to throw the ball 100 times to win, that's what we're going to do.
Talking to Jake Morris, the Dorman head football coach, you talked about, ball security there. That's obviously how your next opponent, Catawba Ridge, was able to beat down on a Chapin team. They, got them to turn over the ball a couple of times. Doing a little early scouting there. How do you think you're going to fare against a team like that is as ball hawking and has the ability to turn teams over like they do?
I think that's where you got to be smart in what you ask your kids to do, and you got to put them in good situations to be successful. We've worked it all week, and Catawba Ridge is definitely a very well coached team, and they do what they do and they do it well. So we've had to work on that all week and just preach ball security. I mean, we work it every day and we talk about it every day, and usually the team with the least turnovers or no turnovers wins the game. And so that's something that we stress daily. And I feel confident in our guys in doing that.
Coach, can you talk about some of the guys? We know that you have one heading to Clemson after his high school career, but can you talk about some of the guys, including him, who are being presented with opportunities at the next level, even though it's just early in the season?
Yeah, I mean, we actually have several this year. I mean, we got Contavion obviously going to Clemson, like you mentioned, and we got Christian Waring on the defensive line that's got, several Group of 5 offers. You got Liberty, App State. He has a Virginia Tech offer. He's got a Wake Forest offer. Several other ones. And then you got another defensive end in James Porter that's got a Liberty offer that's a junior for us. And then you got Zay Meadows, our nose guard, who's got North Greenville and some other D2 schools that are seriously looking at him. So we have a lot of them. We got several that are doing some really good things for us. So anytime you get that, I'm always happy for these kids to get a chance to go play at the next level, because it's so hard to do that now with the NIL transfer portal and all that kind of stuff. But, these guys are humble and have earned this experience.
Coach, obviously that's a big decision for a lot of these guys to make, to choose where they're going to spend the next couple of years of their football playing careers. But, I know that these college recruiters, they have to recruit you as well. So what are you looking for to maybe try to help pass along and guide players into certain directions? Like, is it authenticity of the guy that's sending you the messages? Is it fit as far as their skill set? Kind of how do you help guide them?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it's when we're talking to coaches for our kids, and obviously a lot of these college coaches have been around a long time. We've built relationships with them, and we know them. But we're really just looking for honesty. Just be honest with us. You tell me where you're really thinking and leaning with the kid, and don't lead them on per se, and give them false hopes and all those kind of things. And I think that's kind of the area. And who's genuine, who's not genuine. You can pick up on that. Usually our kids and their parents pick up on that really quick also.
Coach, best of luck Friday night against Catawba Ridge. We appreciate your time as always, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Jake Morris, the head football coach of the Dorman Cavaliers, the high school coaches spotlight for this week. And on Friday, we'll do a segment around the 5 o'clock hour or so, and I'll give you my picks. I hadn't made my picks yet, but I will probably do that tomorrow. Speaking of picks, Diesel, let's keep those upset picks. Have we gotten any new ones in?
We do. We actually have, picks coming in from Joe D, who's taking Northwestern over Tulane.
Wait,
+6.
Joe D, like the Joe D that almost won the thing last year? Isn't that right?
Is that the same Joe D?
I think he finished second.
Yeah.
Behind Twisted Whisker last year.
There's a couple. Amazon Guy. Where is Amazon Guy? Does anyone know? We have to have a Tolo that knows Amazon Guy personally.
We hadn't heard from him.
We have not heard from him at all.
And he was up there too, right?
He was really good in this challenge last year.
Wait a minute. Amazon Guy.
There's a couple of Tolos who have not checked back in. Let's see. I'm scrolling back. Dan B sends me these standings. Twisted Whiskers in. John Dog is in. Noel. Where's Noel?
No.
Noel finished third in this thing last year, and he's not here. So Noel, wherever you are, let's get into this challenge, buddy. Justin L. I think we've heard from Justin L. already this year, but I'm not positive. Reed Atkins, where are you? Reed Atkins. Billy Horn, where are you? T-Ray. Oculus. Harold.
Yeah.
Where are you guys? CJ from Greer.
I'm telling you, man, we're missing some guys.
I mean, look, this challenge. That's the fun thing about this challenge is you can kind of brain fart, forget a little bit, and go, oh crap, I got to get back into this challenge, and you could make up some ground quick. So
didn't we? Amazon Guy. I know it's been a while.
He was on a crazy heater to start the season last year.
Am I crazy for thinking that Amazon Guy popped in the stream like a couple of months ago? Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I know like Scotty from BMW always pops in the stream around this time. We'll have to get him in because I don't think we've gotten Scotty yet either.
Let me check.
Trey in Kentucky. Look at that. He was good last year, right?
I think Scotty from BMW got in last week, but has not yet gotten in for this week.
He usually pops in late. I think he works second shift. So, Tolos, I don't know what to tell you. Y'all got to get your stuff together.
I wish we had this. And you may have already snipped this, Cole. We have a Tolo who's going at the Leprechaun of Lyman for his poem earlier in the show. So what we're going to do, this Tolo says, the Leprechaun from Lyman can kiss my ass.
Oh,
it's an ibis. Learn some ornithology, my guy. This is America, not Ireland. Miami Nights coming to a TV near you.
I can get it for the last segment.
Let's do that. Yeah, we're going to replay an interview in the next segment, but we're going to also replay in the last segment of this hour, coming up here in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. We'll replay Leprechaun of Lyman's poem to start the 2025 college football season. So can't wait. Also, Trey from Kentucky, we got you. He's taking Florida State plus 13.5 over Alabama.
I'll say, man, Leprechauns, again, we'll play it in the very final segment. His stuff today was good. I liked it.
Nailed it.
I really did. I'll tell you what I also like, Diesel. Gordy Rush joined the show earlier. And if you're a Clemson fan out there listening or watching the show today, this is a really good one. Coming up next, Gordy Rush. You may not know who that is. You probably don't. Well, that's okay. He is the sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU radio, also the vice president, general manager at 104.5 ESPN. This was about as detailed as an LSU perspective as we've gotten. And in case you missed it, we'll have that for you next. Well, Tolos, earlier in the show today, back in the 4 o'clock hour, we had an opportunity to speak to Gordy Rush, the LSU football sideline reporter. And, man, he was fantastic. He was absolutely fun and insightful when it comes to Clemson LSU this weekend. If you're a Clemson fan, I know you might be thinking, oh, it's an LSU guy. I don't care. I don't want anything to do with it. But I will tell you, this guy really was fantastic. And in case you missed it, that interview with Gordy Rush, the sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU radio right now. Well, it's time to talk a little Clemson LSU football right here on the Fan Upstate. Continue to get your upset picks in, and we will continue to get you entered in the Upset Picks Challenge for this week. But want to bring in Gordy Rush. He's the LSU sideline reporter for LSU football on LSU radio, also VP General Manager at 104.5 ESPN, talking Clemson, talking LSU, bringing you Clemson fans a true LSU perspective for Saturday night's game. Gordy, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to getting up there, a little bit cooler weather, and historic in that LSU's first trip to up to Clemson. So
it is cooler. You're right about that, but don't say that too loud because that can change very, very quickly here in South Carolina. Let's get into this matchup, Gordy. It should be a lot of fun Saturday night. I want to start with the location. You mentioned being up here Saturday night in Death Valley. We know that when it comes to lines, Vegas gives a few points for lines, one way or the other when it comes to who has home field advantage. We also know that if this game were being played in Baton Rouge, LSU would have a huge home field advantage in this season opener. Do you feel with this game being played at Clemson and also the consensus from LSU fans you've talked to as well, do they view this as a challenge to be on the road Saturday night?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's Clemson's anytime you play on the road against, we say in the SEC, and I'm going to put Clemson in that, the elite programs in college football. Sure, it's a home field advantage. I think what makes this even more of a home advantage for Clemson is that there's so many new faces on LSU's team, so many kids out of the transfer portal. Brian Kelly's bringing a football team that he's trying to gel together against a team, and what Coach Sweeney's done a great job of really maintaining continuity in an era of college football. It's hard to do so. I think only 4 kids in the transfer portal he took. So this is a team that's played together. They know each other. And so I think that's what makes it even harder for LSU to be on the road for this game, playing against a team that's, has that continuity.
Gordy, obviously we know that that Brian Kelly is one of the best coaches in the game. That's not debatable. Any sane person would say that. But we also know that LSU football fans aren't exactly the most sane individuals. What is the pulse of the fan base going to be if this game does not go well and that streak of losing season openers continues? Clearly, the administration is not going to move on from Brian Kelly, but the fans may be out off the reservation after that.
Yeah, obviously there are going to be some people disappointed, right? Now I will tell you, USC was not a good football team, right? That LSU lost to last year, and then Florida State, Florida State wound up being a good team one year, and the year after, rather, they really were not, and so that was kind of disappointing. I think a lot of respect for Clemson. I mean, Clemson returning what they did, went to the college football playoff. It is what it is. It's a tough draw. I think the problem is the same you have for probably 8 SEC schools, right? In Georgia, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama. The standard is the standard. You have 8 or 9 programs that expect to be in the college football playoff each and every year. Unfortunately, only 4 or 3 or 4 are going to make it. And so you're going to have an upset fan base. And so, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think Brian Kelly is a good football coach. But, yeah, it'd be nice. He needs to get off the schneid losing the opener and having to start the season like that, because the LSU's got 7 ranked opponents that they play in a gauntlet coming up in the SEC.
Gordy, do you think the news last week with the SEC moving to 9 conference games, do you think that could impact how Brian Kelly schedules this first season opener, given his track record in the first week?
Well, first off, he'll be the first to tell you he doesn't schedule the season opener. Burge Osbury is associate AD, and those are done 10 years in advance, right?
Yeah.
And I think you've got a little bit of sample, not to be disrespectful, but the first game that's been scheduled since the college football playoff started was a home and home with SMU, right?
Gotcha.
And to me, Clemson obviously is a top tier program, and SMU had a great year last year. But I mean, that's about the extent I think you're going to schedule a non-conference home and home, and it's a good alumni base for LSU folks with that. And I'm not trying to disrespect SMU, but you don't need to play these juggernauts anymore now that you're going to a 9-game SEC schedule. But I mean, you've talked about that, and LSU potentially is going to play Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M next year. And again, the standard 10-2 is what gets you in the college football playoff, and here you go, you get Clemson returning the favor next year.
Gordy, there's 4 transfers on the offensive side slotted at number 1 on the preseason depth chart. Barry and Brown, Bauer Sharp, Braylon Moore, Josh Thompson, plenty of guys on the defense as well, including one of the most high-profile guys in Jack Pyburn, who came in from Florida. What's been the recipe for Brian Kelly getting this group of transfers connected, and does it have Tony Satcheries in it?
Yeah, I think here's the that I got going out there is and what's so hard, I think, in this day and age of college football when you do hit the portal is you don't know what that looks like. What has really impressed me is that he went out and spent $18 million on a roster, and they went and got grown men.
Yeah.
And they went and got leaders. And you talk about Pyburn that has come from Florida. I mean, he's got paid. He's playing to get paid on Sunday, and he has been vocal out there. He has brought a different physicality to practice that LSU hasn't had the last 3 years because you've been playing so many freshmen and sophomores, right? And so when I talk about Pyburn, there's a kid that wasn't on anybody's radar coming out of this transfer portal, and not in my top 5 transfers. His name's Bernard Gooden. He played at South Florida, right? Here's a guy, 6'1", 270. He's looked like Aaron Donald so far in fall practice. He's been the most active, been the biggest leader. And you think about it, he was playing at South Florida, right? Probably in front of 20,000 people. And he gets a chance for his dream to play at a bigger level, to play at Clemson at a stadium like this. And he's got a chance as an undersized defensive lineman to show his skill. And so the intangibles of the leadership, the maturity, and the physicality has been noticeably different in this camp to any of the years, right, Brian Kelly's had at LSU. Look, Jane Daniels was special, right? Jane Daniels won the Heisman Trophy because LSU was historically bad on defense 2 years ago. LSU hasn't had the talent level we're used to seeing at LSU since 2019 in that game against Clemson in the national championship. This is the closest they've been to 2019. It's not 2019, obviously, but it's the closest they've been.
Gordy, this one's going to be a little bit tricky for you, maybe not, but if you are an LSU fan, and I'm sure you have had a lot of involvement, this week and for the past few months leading up to this season opener against Clemson, but if you put these 2 quarterbacks in a hat, LSU fans 99% of the time are probably going to take Garrett Nussmeier. Why, in your mind, are LSU fans grabbing Garrett Nussmeier's name out of the hat over Cade Klubnik?
Well, I think Nussmeier, to me, and I've seen some film on Klubnik here in the last 2 weeks, and I've seen a lot of Nussmeier. I mean, Nussmeier has an elite NFL arm, so what I'll tell you. And an ability to stretch the field. He's got a little bit of a gunslinger mentality. When I've seen Klubnik, he's more of a dual athlete. He does a great job of buying time in the pocket and is able to extend plays and make a lot of clutch things. I think they're different. I think they're both first-round NFL quarterbacks. And, naturally, I think LSU's just had a chance to see Nussmeier. And we're thrilled that he came back. I thought he would have gone somewhere in the first round last year, and that was with a team that did not have one receiver under 4.5 that could run under a 4.5. Chris Hilton was the only one. He was hurt the majority of the season until the last stretch, and so uncharacteristically, LSU was not elite in stretching the field, and because of that, everybody came up. Offensive line struggled in pass protection, and LSU very much was one-dimensional for the first half of the year. They spent a lot of money in the transfer portal trying to fix this, and they've got some elite receivers out there. So I think that's the excitement now. LSU's got 8 receivers and 2 elite tight ends. A kid in Trudez Green, it's a basketball kid, about 6'7", that is like a small forward running down the field. And then they got Bauer Sharp that came in from Oklahoma. I mean, he's got 10 weapons around him. He didn't have that last year.
Talking to Gordy Rush, LSU sideline reporter. I'm going to throw a curveball here at you,
Sure.
Gordy. My team is in the Sun Belt Conference, and with the recent addition of Louisiana Tech, the first thing I saw was Louisiana Tech fans and Louisiana Raging Cajun fans debating whether or not jambalaya has tomatoes in it. The Creoles put tomato, the Cajuns don't. So the question is, does Gordy Rush put tomatoes in his jambalaya?
Man, look, all Gordy Rush will tell you is don't ever volunteer to judge a jambalaya contest, because they'll give you 30 bowls and all that rice expands. And the last time that I did that, I was laying on the couch in our radio station lobby. I felt like I was going to give birth. So jambalaya is made a lot of different ways throughout the South. And yes, I've had it with tomatoes. I've had it with black rice. I've had it with shrimp. It's different, Louisiana, there's not one theme, right? Yeah. Louisiana Tech's up in the Bible Belt part of the state. They speak French in Lafayette. In New Orleans, it's a different world. And then Baton Rouge is kind of a middle balance. So, I mean, there's no one way to make jambalaya. Just don't judge the damn contest.
The funny thing is the Louisiana Raging Cajun fans actually cook like Creoles, not like Cajuns. And
that's right.
Make some sense. By the way, I love hearing a little bit of that accent come out. I've got family down in Jefferson Parish, so I heard it come out a little bit. Get you talking about food, and there it is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a New Orleans jet, right? But yeah, I mean, everybody that founded Lafayette are from like Nova Scotia. They came all the way from down there and they settled in Lafayette. And then obviously New Orleans, being a port city, has had French and Spanish, and so it's an interesting state. Got a lot of different cultures, and that's what makes the place fun.
I'm a big fan of the shrimp and the jambalaya. I had it at a duck hunting trip last year in Arkansas, and I'm a big fan of that. The more shrimp, the better.
Well, they've got that, and then there's pastelaya. And that's everything. It's pasta instead of all that. So all of it's really not carb. Is not carb conscious.
No, I'm with you. Hey, earlier today I was talking, on the radio with Hunt Palmer on your guys' station earlier in the afternoon about this matchup, and I want to get your thoughts on a matchup that you'll see up close and personal Saturday night, Gordy, with the Clemson defensive line, LSU offensive line. A lot's been made of that matchup, the game within the game. Is that where your eyes immediately go when this thing kicks off Saturday night?
I think it's the biggest question mark for LSU. They're going to 4 or 5 offensive linemen went to the NFL. They had two outstanding offensive tackles. Will Campbell was an early pick for New England. They brought in Braylon Moore to be the center from Virginia Tech. They had struggled with DJ Chester, who played as a young kid. He's part of probably a decent – they've got a good 2-deep group of talent. They're just not settled yet. They went and got Josh Thompson from Northwestern, played a lot of Big Ten football, has a degree. He brings some maturity. There's an elite prospect at left tackle in Tyree Adams, and they haven't settled on the left guard and the right tackle. The kids look good against Baylor, but, Baylor ain't Clemson. And so I think that's the big key. The big key is how they handle Clemson up front. And I'm interested to see what Tom Allen does. I have to go watch 2 games of Penn State and obviously had a great run at Indiana. And when you put the Clemson, film on, especially the SEC games and that Texas game, I mean, that, they didn't look elite on defense. They gave 300 yards up in rushing to Texas. So Clemson's got guys. I mean, Dabo's done a great job. And I think that's going to be the key matchup, the one to watch for LSU, because it is an unknown. Now, it's not as if they don't have players. They've got talent. They've got good recruiting. But again, you're going to put those 5 guys that act like a dance unit together for the first time playing together at Memorial Stadium, and that's what makes, I think, this thing the home advantage of Clemson's way.
Gordy, help me out and get a sense of this running back room for LSU. Caden Durham, sophomore, he's listed as RB1. You got Caleb Jackson there, junior. He's listed as RB2. If the game is tight, and we're in a situation LSU's got the ball, they're driving to go score and maybe win the game late. Is it predetermined that it's going to be pass heavy, or do they have enough trust in Caden Durham to get it done?
Got enough trust in Caden Durham. He had a fantastic first year, and then he, I think, fractured 2 toes. He actually played with baseball cleats. The first time I ever saw, they had the steel toe like the pitchers, right, to protect you from hitting hit, and they had some extra precautions last year. He really won 100% till the end of the season. He played hurt. He's elite. He's different. He's a clear RB1, and then as you mentioned, that you have Jackson's more of a thumper type of running back. Juwan Johnson is just a straight athlete, a third down specialist that'll run some wildcat. They'll catch the ball in space. And then they signed a 5-star running back in Harlem Berry, who is electric. He played at a lower classification in Louisiana. I'm interested to see how he makes a jump to big time college football. But he's an athlete. But look, they've got to run the ball better. They've made a commitment to running the ball more. I don't think I know Tom Allen's going to bring pressure, but you're talking about they've got receivers and Barian Brown and Chris Hilton and Nick Anderson, who we got from Oklahoma. Is a great 50-50 ball kid, 6'4", 210, runs full low 4.5s. And if you're going to put yourself in man setup and try to come after LSU on this offensive line, the key is LSU's got to expose you and make you play. And they've got plenty of playmakers to do that. But there's no doubt, I think Allen's going to come test this offensive line.
Gordy, really appreciate your time, man. You guys have a safe trip up here, and hope you enjoy the upstate as much as we do.
No, we love it up there. Thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
You know, we had some Tolo on Tolo violence earlier, Cole, on the text line. We had a texter respond to the Leprechaun of Lyman, who calls in every week during football season with a poem. Maybe not every week, but most weeks.
Yeah.
He said the Leprechaun of Lyman can kiss my rear end. Says it's an ibis. Learn some ornithology, my guy. So here is the call from earlier in the show. Leprechaun of Lyman making his long-awaited 2025 season debut.
Golly, that was epic, wasn't it?
That stupid
That was so
duck.
good. That was the
he
best
called
part.
it.
That was the best part
Oh.
of the whole poem was the duck.
Calling them ducks. It's an
I love
ibis.
I don't know what
It's an
the,
ibis.
I mean, are we really nitpicking Tolos?
I mean, they're
guess so,
very
right?
different animals. Very
Yeah,
different.
but it doesn't fit in the poem. It doesn't fit, right? You stupid duck. That was good.
It's good stuff.
It was
Leprechaun
really
of Lyman.
good.
Tolos, this is your last call to get us your picks for today. Again, week 1 upset picks challenge. Our hope and our goal this week, is to hit 150 Tolos entering the challenge.
We can do it.
We got Young Gravy Nuts, who texted in last year. He was the one who hit Kennesaw State over Liberty for like 35 points. It was absurd.
Oh, my God.
He has gotten his upset pick in, but he's taken a more cautious approach this week. He's taking UCLA over Utah for 5.5 points. Trey from Kentucky gets us Florida State plus 13.5 over Alabama. Joe D is taking Northwestern plus 6 over Tulane. Philip Rollins, we got you in. Z Breeze, Kurt, Joseph Hall, Shane W, Eric B, Jeremy Nix, Dewey. We got you guys. 61 picks in total thus far. That means, Cole, we are just under halfway from our goal. We have 3 days to get there.
Yeah.
And in 1 day, we've gotten almost halfway there. You love to see the Tolo showing out.
You do. We had 61 today. I can tell you this. I bet, knowing our Tolos and DB asking and Diesel if he changed his name, by the way, I know our Tolos. I have no doubt that we can get not only 150, but we can get 61 again tomorrow. So let's set that as our goal. Tolos, we appreciate you. It's a lot of fun playing in the Upset Picks Challenge presented by Ingles Markets. But do you think today it was a loaded show? Well, tomorrow loaded as well. The state segment with Jordan K. of the state newspaper, 3:22 p.m. He covers South Carolina Gamecocks. We rotate between him and Chapel Fowler every other week. Also, Clay Hendricks tomorrow